chaos theory guarantees that we'll play like lightning shots, sounding like thunder. For every time in the face that it hits us, we're faster. Well, they should know by now. They see the world keeps trying to shake us. It only waits us. The pendulum swings. The pendulum swings. It's in a beautiful darkness. Only another. It's full steam ahead. Full steam ahead. All above the petty express. Misdirected from the start. It's a runaway train. I come a freight train. I come a freight train. In a beautiful darkness, the petty express. In a beautiful darkness.
Hello, you guys. We are back on, well, we're getting ready to go off the rails. We are going in full heifer mode, y'all, because we have the state and they are going to be cross-examining the Mom-ster herself, the swamp donkey hag that is Shanda Vander Ark. And we are going to see theatrics on the level of, well, not even your local theater troupe could act this badly. She really is quite tragically terrible with her acting skills. But again, it is interesting to watch a demon pretend to be human. So let's get this show on the road. And we should have closed captions. And they should actually be on track, but sometimes we don't know. Now, her direct with her lawyer was rather redonkulous. God love her lawyer. He looks like a sweetheart. He looks like a very kind man and seems very genteel, but he could not get a succinct question out if his life depended on it. He meanders around hitherto near-ish the point. We're not going to see that today. We are going to see a prosecutor, and he will drop some subtle snark. He reads Shanda for filth, and we are here for it.
You can begin your cross-examination. Oh, actually, we'll recall. Yeah, sorry. How to do that. Ms. Vander Ark. You're reminded you are still under oath.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. Roberts.
Thank you.
Welcome, Penny.
Good afternoon, Ms.
And
Vander Ark.
Wolfram.
Now, Mr. Johnson kind of tried to shortchange you a little bit earlier in your in his direct examination when he wanted to talk about your background, your schooling. Remind the jury again of your educational background.
I have a Bachelor of Science degree, magna cum laude, and then I also have a Juris Doctorate, it's a law degree, that I graduated magna cum laude, second in my class.
And magna cum laude, for those that might not be familiar, means with the highest honors, correct?
Yes, sir. In law school, actually, Summa only goes to number one. At the college level, it's above a certain GPA, but for law school, only number one gets Summa, and then above a certain GPA gets magna.
And then below that is even cum laude, which is what Mr. Johnson tried to say you were,
Yes,
and I think you corrected him and made sure the jury understood. No, you were second in your class in law
Yes.
school, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you took the bar exam,
I did.
passed the bar exam
First try, yes, sir.
with a very high score, right?
Yes, sir.
What was that score?
182 out of 200.
Bar exam is an incredibly difficult test to pass, isn't it?
Yes, sir, it is. And it was like 400 hours of study that went into that.
And the pass rate for it usually hovers somewhere around 60%. So 4 out of 10 people that take it usually fail, right?
I did not know that, but I'll take your word for it.
Okay. But you understood it to be a very difficult test when
Oh,
you
yes,
took it.
yes.
I didn't believe.
And I love what the state prosecutor is doing here, because right now he is massaging her ego, and he is really going on one of the core kind of foundational identities that I feel like Shanda really, really prides herself on. But so her intelligence, and she's very eager to talk about, I did this, I was second in my class. Oh, I didn't know the bar exam was so hard. Oh, dear me, second, yes, it was with 184.5. Again, this is a dual purpose because it's getting her to open up, but it's also pointing out that she did something at a very high level that people often struggle with. So she is in fact intelligent enough to, deal with complex, legal theory and the study for the bar exam along with the logic portion. So she knew what she was doing when she was withholding food when she was giving an ice bath. I do like this. This is very, very good, but it gets better.
That score would constitute the highest score for that time that you took the bar, right? Your score.
I mean, I don't know, I would assume so.
And you also were magna cum laude in undergrad as well for your
Yes, sir.
bachelor's degree?
Yes, sir.
And where did you obtain your bachelor's degree from?
Liberty University.
DeVry.
You had an opportunity to actually work in this very courthouse for a period of time, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I did my law school externship, and then after I graduated law school, I stayed on as an intern. It wasn't paid, but the experience was invaluable to me, so it was worth it.
And particularly the field that you were working when you were working here, you worked under Judge Smedley, one of
Yes,
our
I
other
did.
circuit court judges, correct?
Yes, sir.
And your area of focus that you wanted to really focus in on was appellate criminal work, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you had an opportunity to work on some cases here in Muskegon?
I did, yes, sir.
And eventually that turned into an opportunity to go work.
Appellate work, you don't say. I wonder if that'll come in handy. In my opinion, Shanda's recent sort of parlay to try to get a new retrial is her using her desired specialization to try to find a loophole to get her out of consequences for her being a monster. You know, I believe that. So currently, right now, Shanda is stating at the end of this testimony, the testimony is going to end a little bit abruptly. She is going to claim that she had some sort of panic attack episode that put her in a dissociative state. Now, she was taken down to a holding cell because she doesn't get re-examined after cross. And generally, you would get your attorney to come back and rehabilitate you from cross. Well, that didn't happen, and Shanda didn't show up for the jury instructions the next day. She was required to show up for the verdict, I do believe, but basically she kind of stayed out and said she had a medical episode. Well, now she is claiming that her very kind, genteel lawyer, who's practicing for, I think, 23 years, went to the jail and forged her waiver that she signed, at the time, apparently in an altered state, so she couldn't be at the trial. So she is claiming that there was shenanigans galore and she deserves a new trial. That being said, I don't think that's going to fly any more than, her trying anything else the last time. That being said, the judge threw out that reason, but said he would entertain other reasons. So she will probably exhaust every gambit to try to get an appeal.
For another judge in another county, correct?
Yes, sir.
Up in Newaygo County?
Yes, sir, for another circuit judge.
Right, and you were doing the same type of work there?
Yeah, even more work than what I was doing here, more specific. I didn't do the sentence scorings here, and I did that there. I helped Judge Smedley write one opinion while I was here, but I actually drafted most of my judge's opinions as law clerk.
It's quite the responsibility that you had there, so congratulations on that.
Thank you, sir.
And remind the jury again, how many children do you actually have?
I have 5 total.
Okay, and again, we're not gonna name the youngest, little man, I think you
Little
call
man,
him.
yes. Nolan is 23 and married. Paul is 21 now. Millie, my only daughter, is 19. She's in college in Oklahoma, as far as I know. I haven't talked to her in a long time. Timothy he would be 17. He was 15, a month shy of 16, and then little man just turned 9 in September.
And with the exception of Timothy, no harm has come to your children in terms of them, dying as a result of malnutrition and starvation, has it?
No, not at all.
Dehydration, hypothermia,
No, sir.
none of those inflicted on any of your other children?
No, sir. They're all healthy.
Okay, she has a profound lack of reading the room because she's like, this is going well. I mean, and her affect is so flat. I don't know how one goes through, and maybe it's because she is so intelligent in other areas that she really lacks emotional intelligence. But she reads this as a positive reaction. She thinks that he's kind of, buttering her up. Christy Marie, so the too long didn't read on the Shanda Vander Ark case is basically Shanda, the woman on the stand right now, is accused of the prolonged, basically malnutrition that led to the death of her son, along with very abusive parenting practices such as running up and down the stairs, ice baths, and just a litany of torture that she put her 15-year-old autistic son through, to the point that when he passed away, he was 69 pounds at 15. So he was incredibly dehydrated, malnourished, and actually was suffering from, from hypothermia because he was left in an ice bath or a cold water bath for 10 hours. Oh, okay. All right, Christy, I didn't know if there were people that hadn't watched the trial, but basically she is accused of taking the life of her son through prolonged CA and basically torture. I will say that this state attorney, the one that's asking our questions, is one of my favorites. I've probably watched him interrogate her or him cross her, especially when I need rage for cleaning. I don't know if anyone needs rage to scrub their walls, but apparently that's my only motivation. So I have listened to this, and the way he subtly is so snarky to her, it warms my soul, which probably means that a therapist would have a field day with me. But Schadenfreude is real. You are welcome.
Detective Peasky, at the time he interviewed you, I think attempted to get some photos of Timothy from your phone, and you told him that you had no photos on your phone of him from January on, did you?
I had one from January, but after that, no, I didn't have any.
But you had a functioning phone.
I did, yes, sir.
You used it to monitor the cameras that we've talked about, the motion sensors, all that stuff. You had the ability to use a phone that was your own personal phone,
Yes,
right?
sir, that was my phone.
It wasn't a work phone where there was a
no.
restriction to say, well,
No.
you can't take photos, anything
No.
of that nature, was it?
No,
So you certainly had the ability to have photographs of your child on your phone,
I
right?
did, yes, sir.
I love how she's subtly rolling her eyes like, who cares if I had a photo of my child? Now, I will say that I don't often take pictures of my kiddos because I have been trying since, and the struggle is real, y'all. I'm sure you feel it as parents, but the struggle to actually be in the moment instead of taking pictures of the moment. Since I do so much stuff online and, kind of streaming and stuff, I find that I don't want to pull my camera or my phone out and take pictures and do that. So I have become lax at taking pictures with my kids because of, everything. I don't get to go out with them as much. So I often feel like, hey, why don't you experience this moment and, not take a picture of it? Because I know if I get on my phone, I'm tempted to look at what's going on in X and then everything else, and that turns into a time suck. So if she were a, actual factual mom, I would be willing to give her credit if she had answered like that. This woman is just a see you next Tuesday cahoon, and I give her no grace.
Let's talk about some of your health issues, because you listed quite a few issues that you're, in terms of your diagnosis and health issues that you had. I think you said ADHD, something called sensory processing disorder,
OCD,
those
PTSD.
PTSD. I guess I would kind of classify those more as almost, I don't want to use, I'm not using this word in a negative context, because those are almost more mental disorders. Would you
Yes, sir.
agree with
Yes,
that?
sir. No, I agree with that.
Right. You also had some physical disabilities as well.
Yes, sir.
And I don't know if Mr. Johnson went into those, so why don't you
He didn't.
tell the jury what your physical disorders are as well?
I have allergy-induced asthma. I am allergic to almost everything environmental other than animals, every different type of pollen and mold and weeds.
Oh my God, if I were her warden, I would put ragweed all in her cell. I would pet every single one of my cats and then put a sweater in her cell. The levels of petty I would reach with this woman, you have no idea.
And then I am a reactive hypoglycemic. I have been my whole life, but it was actually after Timothy was born, it got much worse. And
So this is always something, because I have listened to this more times than I want to admit as a functional human being. I have often wondered if she resented Timothy very much for kind of the increase in health issues after he was born. And I'm guessing, based on him being the last child from that particular marriage, and all of the circumstances that we know about her losing custody of her children, that Timothy was probably around the time that the last piece of straw broke the camel's back. So I've always wondered in the back of my head if her ability to turn on her son was because she held a lot of resentment towards him. I don't know. Let me look it up because I call BS. All right. It says reactive hypoglycemia is also known as postprandial hypoglycemia. It's a condition where blood sugars drop after eating, usually within a few hours. Now, this drop in blood sugar can lead to symptoms such as shakiness, sweating, dizziness, even fainting. Now, it's typically caused by an overproduction of insulin in response to a meal, leading to a rapid decline in blood glucose. So in severe cases, you can have seizures or loss of consciousness, but in the main, you can have shakiness, sweatiness, dizziness, lightheadedness. This sounds like everything that happens to me. I swear to goodness. Stop Googling medical stuff. I mean, I am going to be very real with you guys. That sounds like what happens to me. I've never been diagnosed as reactive hypoglycemic. I've never really brought it up with my doctors because it's always been normal for this body that, sometimes if I haven't eaten or my blood sugar goes too low, I get shaky, sweating, anxious feeling, confused. I can black out. But I figure that's normal for anyone who also forgets to eat. Which I didn't realize was a symptom of ADHD, but now makes a whole lot of sense the patterns I've done a lot of my life. But that sounds normal to me. I mean, call me crazy, but it sounds like something that could be easily managed. And I'm not trying to discount anyone that actually has this and has to deal with, constantly monitoring their blood sugar. I have no sympathy for this heifer, okay? She also suffers from gold-plated mother effing Olympic, gold medalist resting bee face, okay? There's no cure.
They finally
And
figured out
Butterface.
right after I moved here what was going on, but it required, I can eat, my blood sugar will still crash. So I can pass out, I can be doing whatever and just pass out. So,
And if I'm not mistaken, you actually, I had the opportunity to meet him.
Now, I will say, as someone who experiences this, I generally know when I need to go eat something. I'll start getting really shaky, kind of confused. And I'll just tell Mr. Mo, like, hey, I need to eat something, or I've got snacks all around. Ginger snaps. Mr. Mo, it got brownie points because he got the ginger snaps. I would have been okay with Great Value. But, I mean, name brand. He really does love me. But these are things that you just get used to. Again, poor Shanda. Won't somebody thank us, Shanda?
Very, very nice, but very large dog. You had a service animal when you worked here, didn't you?
yes, sir, I did.
Gemini.
Gemini, yes.
And Gemini's function as your service dog was what?
He was scent trained to pick up your blood sugar smell. If you've ever been around a diabetic, when their sugar's high enough, they put off this hubba bubba bubblicious smell. Well, we as humans, we can't pick up the low blood sugar smell, but a dog can actually pick up your sugar going up about 20 minutes before we can. And they can pick up the low blood sugar. So he was scent trained. He would let me know when my sugar was about to crash. So I always carried orange juice with me, and that would keep my blood sugar up for 2.5 to 3 hours guaranteed. And then he was also trained, if I ignored his alert, and this did happen at work a couple of times, he was trained, he was off leash, he was trained to go and get somebody to bring them to me to make sure I took care of it so I didn't pass out.
It's just remarkable that dogs can do that. It's just
It
an
is.
aside. And was Gemini the first service dog you had on?
No, sir, he was my second,
Okay, and so you had one before Gemini,
did.
and then
one after.
one after, and that was Sharma? Is that
Sharma,
right?
yes, sir, he was another Great Dane.
Another Great Dane, okay.
I like the big dogs.
So you are certainly, you are keenly aware of your health issues and the things that you need to do to address your health issues, right?
At times, I don't take great care of myself, I will admit that.
And the fallback to that is you
I don't do, I don't do self-care as often as I should. I really need to take care of me. What in the Sarah Boone hell is this? I will say, and I know it might be blasphemy, maybe I am just keeping in with my Appalachian roots, but the great value ones are better to me. I know. Now, there are some things you don't skip on, like Oreos and SpaghettiOs. For some reason, I will not do the great value in those, but ginger snaps, great value better, in Mo's opinion. Just in case you needed that information for your next grocery run.
You have a dog that will
It
alert you
does.
if your blood sugar gets low.
Yes, yeah.
So you understand that so you have a backup plan.
Yes,
Right?
yeah.
So if I forget to eat or my blood sugar gets too low, then my dog is going to alert me to that. So I've got a backup plan.
Yes,
right?
sir.
That you understand how that works. You understand
Yes, sir.
the medical need to have those things treated.
Yes,
correct?
sir.
And the need to have your other issues that we talk about get treatment for those issues as well, don't you?
Yes, sir.
And I love how he is so kindly but concretely pointing out that Shanda did everything she needed to make sure Shanda was comfortable. Shanda made sure that her blood sugar was taken care of. Shanda made sure that her OCD wasn't bothered. Shanda made sure that her, sensory processing, issues weren't bothered. But Timothy's very well documented issues, such as autism, attention deficit disorder, bipolar disorder, oh no, those were him defying her. Those were him, that things that needed to be punished, not, adapted and, you know, given assistance with, like Shanda made sure she was. It is just, it is so very good that the lawyer is bringing this in and showing, again, pure facts that she knew how to take care of medical issues. She knew how to, take care of someone who needed something medically. She just chose not to.
Sensory processing disorder involves basically overstimulation, right?
Yes, sir.
And you suffer from a disorder which causes you to become overstimulated with what, audio and visual stimuli, correct?
That's part of it, yes, sir. It can be stress related as well.
But as a punishment for your child, you decided that hot sauce, audio alarms, cold, we'll get into this later, but cold, at least cold, if not ice baths, and isolation and sensory deprivation were appropriate means of punishment. Is that your testimony? Those
Yes,
were
sir.
appropriate forms of punishment?
For some of it, yes, sir.
You also train service animals, correct?
I do.
And when you train service animals, is crate training involved at all?
Yes, it is usually.
And explain what crate training is to a jury.
It depends on what you're using it for. Usually it's part of house training to begin with. And when the service animal in training is very young, you don't get to take them with you 24/7. So you don't want to leave them unattended a lot of times. Plus, putting a dog in a crate, a lot of times that's comforting to them. They like the more enclosed space. So it keeps them contained, keeps them from being destructive, and it teaches them, like for house training, it'll teach them not to do anything in their house, basically, where you take them outside.
So Shanda is capable of, using gentle parenting skills, positive reinforcement, and setting, gentle boundaries with a dog. She was able to deal with a puppy. Again, puppies that, potty piddle and, are quite large, according to her. I know Great Danes are large, so I'm not implying like she's a liar. They're the size of a chihuahua. That being said, again, this lawyer is doing a great job of showing that Shanda is able to do things like this for things that she actually cares about. And the banal, the stark and just undeniable betrayal of everything that mothers and people that love children hold dear is what she did. But she was able to give kindness and care to a puppy. It starkly outlines what is missing in her soul and the monstrousness of this, because she was able to care for a dog and take the life of her son.
And where they do their business.
And one of the ways you make them feel comfortable.
And Heidel, 1776, no effing excuse. I have sensory issues. I would have never done those Lord Chippy deserving things with my kids, F her. And this is another thing that I find very upsetting. These same people who yell, and look, I'm not political. I think both sides suck balls. So, I really am politically homeless. I guess you would call me conservatarian with a good bit of Dale Gribble. And this isn't a political channel, but doggone it, mental health stuff doesn't need to be a stigma, but it also doesn't need to be an excuse. So how about we start no stigma, no excuse? Because I know a hell of a lot of us are carrying a lot of different things, but we manage to not be jackasses. So how about instead of no stigma, we add also no excuse? Because you know how you get stigmas when every, person on the defendant stand blames, something that a bunch of people are walking around and still manage to be good citizens have. So again, no stigma, no excuse. I am willing to, extend grace and everything, but I am not willing to excuse your behavior because of anything other than you choosing to be a jackass, unless you are like all the way clinically insane.
In their crates, and so it's their houses, they have a blanket or something with comfort in the crates, right?
I don't usually, at least not for house training, because then they could actually do their business on that and shove it to the back of the crate. So I don't usually put anything in there.
But that is a method that some people do
use
employ.
it. Some
for
people
crate
use it,
training,
yes, but I don't.
right? There's a lot of text messages. We had a lot of testimony from Paul yesterday and a lot of photographs about Timothy's small room. That was basically like a crate, wasn't it?
I don't believe it was that enclosed, but he asked for a space that he could.
Okay, here is the other thing. If you told me that let's put it out there for example. As a mom who strives to do her best, still human, but strives to do her best. If you implied that my children having small rooms because our house was built in the 70s was like a crate, I would be offended. I would say, no, they have, their desk, they have their bed. Yes, they're not huge rooms, but everyone has their own room. Come at me. She's just like, I don't think it was that enclosed. Like, who the hell says that? Who's like, crate training for children. Although, believe me, when the youngest most ferals were all toddlers, I was tempted, y'all. I was tempted. The amount of baby powder I have had to vacuum up is just crazy. But you have toddlers, you think about it, but you don't do it because you're a good parent. This chick's like, well, it wasn't like we locked the door. It's not a crate. It's the profound inability to understand how you are perceived that these people lack. So the Anthony Tott, the Sarah Boone, the Letitia Stalk, this chick, they are so profoundly myopic in their ability to understand how they are perceived. They believe that they project one thing and they project monstrosity. It is just absolutely astonishing to watch someone so unable, like almost to a clinical point, to understand how she is received by others. Because she thinks she's doing a good job, y'all.
Close the door.
He asked to go into that?
He asked for he asked for somewhere he could, some place he can go in and close the
Sure,
door.
Jan.
And it was
Sure.
actually half joking. I was like, that's all I've got. Because the other rooms were taken and there was no way he was sharing with Paul and I didn't really want him sharing with little man either.
But you didn't set that up as a room for him, did you?
Not originally, no. He was actually out in the lower area for a while.
But you didn't put a bed in there, you didn't put
We
a
did
mattress
originally,
in
yes.
there?
He tore it up.
Okay, but there was no mattress, nothing of comfort for there in him the day before he died, was there?
Not that day, no. He had torn it up. I couldn't afford to get another one.
You put a blue tarp in there, didn't you?
Here's where this I can't afford things. I was financially bereft of money, or as Sarah Boone would say, indignant or indigent. They spend a lot of money on Timothy's incarceration, torture, whatever you want to call it, his imprisonment. There were multiple, video cameras or webcams. There were multiple sensors. There were zip ties. There were leg shackles. They invested, the money. She said she didn't have a pot to piss in, but they invested a bunch of money on super duper hot sauce to make sure that Timothy, was uncomfortable. So it just shows again the ridiculousness of this woman's rationale. And again, how she thought she was going to get away with this, I have no idea.
That was what was on the mattress previously, yes.
And the tarp was because he would wet himself.
Yes, sir. Because I tried the mattress covers, I tried plastic, I tried some of the rewashable, and he kept tearing them up.
So his place of comfort was a closet with a blue tarp. Is that what you want this jury to believe?
He spent some time there. I wouldn't say that was a place of comfort.
No shit, Sherlock. I'm glad you've joined the rest of us on Rationality Island. No, it wasn't a place of comfort. It was a flippin' flapjack closet. And, I never thought I'd say this, but the Dursleys treated Harry Potter better than you treated your own goddamn child. So how about you shut up, ma'am?
I mean,
Spent some time there. Well, let's get into that. He slept in there most nights, didn't he?
after, I don't know, I don't know when exactly. It was, I mean, I know it was after my husband's stroke. I don't know when after that, but once he'd asked for that, yes, he did.
In fact, he rarely even slept on his bed, did he?
He had taken the bed apart and lost some of the bolts. It wasn't safe for him to sleep up there.
So the bed that we see on those pictures, it wasn't even safe to be used?
No.
So it was a complete lie when you told the police officers that you had to pull him off the bed to put him on the ground to do CPR, wasn't it?
Yes.
And it was a complete lie when you told 911, I need to put you on hold so I can take him off the bed to perform CPR, wasn't it?
Yes, sir. I don't even remember.
So in all your days, all your confusion, all your blacking out, tunnel vision, all that, you were able to somehow remember, I ought to tell everybody that Timothy was sleeping on a bed.
Yeah, it's called that partially selective irrationality defense. I think it's partial diminished capacity, right? Or as Theodore Edgecombe tried to do, accidental intentional self-defense. This doesn't work. Also, it shows extreme knowledge of the guilt you are going to have because you made up a story. And one of the precursors or one of the absolute requirements of an insanity plea is that you not be aware of the sort of moral implications of what you just did.
Remember doing that?
Vaguely, yes, sir.
Vaguely. It's coming back. It's been 84
Do you ever give hot
years.
sauce to the dogs, to train the dogs?
I have put it on a couple of objects to keep them off of objects, yes.
Keeps them away from it, right?
Yes, it does.
Thank you,
'Cause They don't
Lolita.
need the hot sauce.
Mhm.
And so you never actually grabbed a dog, forced its mouth open, and poured hot sauce down its throat, have you?
No.
Never put hot sauce on a piece of food and then fed it to them, make them eat it, have you?
No, because I don't give my dogs human food. You can't do that with service animals.
Oh my God, not the flippin' flapjack point, you absolute numpty. How does a person get so smart in one thing and absolutely mentally subnormal on everything else? He's not asking you. She's being willfully obtuse. Again, I am sure that she is able to connect the dots as to why he's asking her this question. And God, I hope she's being willfully obtuse instead of just this plain stupid.
No, but you could put it on dog food, couldn't you?
I guess I've never even thought about that, honestly.
So it never occurred to you to use hot sauce, enforcing the use of hot sauce on a dog, but it occurred to you to use that as a form of punishment for your 14-year-old child?
It was Paul's idea, but yes, I was at my wit's end at that time.
It was Paul's idea, and you thought, yep, that sounds like a good idea. I think we'll do that. Is that what you're saying?
I don't remember the exact conversation, but I said, like I said, at that point, I was willing to try anything.
We'll get into the text, but there's dozens of texts.
Hey, parents in the chat, have you ever been at a point with your child where it's like, what are we going to do? What is going to work? I have a perfect example. Youngest, most feral, I know you're going to be shocked, was the hardest child to potty train because part of how he expresses his ADHD, and it's something that I had as a child that wasn't diagnosed, but a lot of kids with ADHD, we can get or kids with ADHD can get so focused into one activity that you learn to ignore your body's signals. And it's only at the very last minute that you realize, oh, I've got to use the restroom. So, I had to set a timer every 30 minutes, and it was hard to stay with him and do it. And there were moments where I thought he's going to be in, diapers forever. And we got through it because that's what you do as a parent. You walk through it. And there's hard times and there's sucky times, but there's also great times. And you know that you're making a better human for the world, or at least you hope so, or at least you hope you don't need bail money some days, honest to goodness. Being at your wit's end is not an excuse. And I am so tired of parents. Now, I'm going to say this as a parent, and I wish more people would do it. Reach out if you're at your wit's end. It's not a sign of weakness. If you need 5 minutes, if you're at your wit's end, put your child in a safe place and put yourself in timeout. Now, I'm not always the best at this. Samuel L. Jackson, mommy, comes out. I may say some cursey words sometimes, but when I get really upset, I put myself in timeout, and then I try to teach or talk to my kids in a calmer, less emotional way. So take that break, reach out to someone and say, look, I love my daughter, I love my son, I love my kiddos, my toddlers, my teenagers, but I need 5 minutes. Go listen to a music or a song that calms you down, or do something. Don't make that step and do something that's unforgivable. It's not a sign of weakness. And we as parents need to start, supporting one another. I am so tired. Let's stop judging what works for other families if it doesn't work for our family, and just support parents. Just support each other. Let's not worry about whether a mom, works at home and is a stay-at-home mom, or she works at, a job out there. Let's support both moms. Let's support the moms that breastfeed. Let's support the moms that don't breastfeed. Let's support the moms who never got to hold their angels in their hands. Let's support the moms that give their children up for adoption for a better life. Let's support the moms who have lost their children. How about we just support everyone instead of judging everyone, except for Shanda? I do realize the hypocrisy of this entire rant, as I am wearing heifer ears and roasting the ever-loving hell out of Shanda. But I never said I wasn't a hypocrite, y'all.
In here, and this is just a small section of text where you tell Paul, put more hot sauce on the bread. Give him 4 slices of hot sauce. Do you remember those text messages?
Some of them, not very many, but some of them.
Mm-hmm. So you wouldn't punish a dog with hot sauce, but it's okay to punish a child with it.
Objection, Your Honor. That's
I'll move on.
Oh, I love that. Here on the Petty Express, we salute the petty, the subtle petty, the in-your-face petty, the cursey petty, and the respectful petty. And sir, you are now an honorary conductor on the Petty Express. I love that. He's like, oh, so you wouldn't feed a dog hot sauce? You wouldn't starve a dog? Oh, okay. Again, love the subtle petty. And she looked at the judge like, is he going to help me? He said something mean that hurt my feelers, if I had a soul.
Would you stick a dog in an ice bath as punishment?
That would never occur to me. But then having big dogs, I don't bathe them at home anyway. I use dry shampoo, or I take them somewhere else.
Madam, I would like to point out to you that the point that the prosecutor was trying to make is over here, and you are somewhere over cheer. So could you possibly Carmen Sandiego yourself to the actual point he was making? Would you put your dog in an ice bath? Well, I actually use dry shampoo, and I'm not able to put them in the sink in the kitchen, so I don't know. This is the dumbest face for the dumbest woman. I swear my pause game is on fire today.
So I don't have a
I'm
facility.
talking about as a form of, I'm not talking about giving them a bath. I'm talking about using
I don't have
as
space.
a form of punishment, putting a dog in an ice bath.
I don't have space to do that, so I wouldn't think of that because I don't have space with that size dog.
You're saying if you had a large enough tub to punish one of the dogs, you'd put him in an ice bath?
I can't imagine doing that, but
You can't imagine doing that. Right?
Correct.
You can't imagine punishing an animal by putting him in an ice bath.
Because animals can't think the same way humans can.
So it's okay to do it on a human because they can think, right? They can think better than dogs can, so it's okay to put them in an ice bath. Is that what your testimony is? I don't want to put words in your mouth.
I'm gonna need someone to explain the algebra of asshole that this woman is using, because this calculus is not making sense to me. So, wait a minute. It's okay to put a person in an ice bath because they can think, but a dog, it would be bad because it's a dog. But insert that Julia Roberts trying to do math meme.
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Is it okay to put a human in an ice bath because they can think better than dogs can, but you wouldn't do it to a dog?
I mean, based on the way you asked that, I guess the answer would have to be yes, but it's just a,
Ma'am, people with souls don't generally need, English or context clues to figure out what emotion, a question is supposed to evoke. But way to show that you're a psycho. Like, I guess based on the question, you want me to be aghast, but I just simply don't think that way. So I am confused. It's because I have sensory processing. No, you have soul processing disorder because you lack one.
it's not
Okay.
the way I think, so.
I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but you said you wouldn't do it for a dog, but we know you did it as a punishment for Timothy.
I never did personally.
But you told Paul to do it.
Yes, a couple of times.
And it never occurred to you, this is not a good idea. We shouldn't be doing this, right?
No, because it was, the amount of ice was almost, I mean, it was non-existent, so.
So it's okay as long as it's not a lot of ice in the ice bath? Is that your testimony?
If it doesn't affect the temperature much.
Starts off as cold anyway, doesn't it?
Not originally. I don't know down the road, but originally that's not what I had told him to do. Because the first time that happened was before my husband's stroke. It was, Timothy had, we noticed there was no hot water. And we were like, what the heck? And I went down and I'm looking and I noticed the pilot light's not on the water, it's a gas water heater. I'm like, what on earth is going on?
This ends with Timothy turning off the gas, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
This part of the story, okay.
And he lied about it for 2 days, but
Let me just make sure I understand then. Is it your testimony that you put ice in an otherwise hot bath to cool it down?
yes.
Why don't you just start with warm water to begin with?
I honestly don't know.
Okay, now, I don't mean to claim I'm a mathematics genius or any sort of genius, but you wanted to punish him with a warm bath and add ice cubes. I'm not a water, temperaturologist, but none of this is making sense, Shanda. This would be the time you could probably claim that you're in a fugue state. I mean, with the answers you're giving, I would hope you're dissociated from reality.
But that's what happened the first time.
So if you repeatedly refer in these text messages to them as cold and or ice baths, but that's what it was at the end, wasn't it? Cold baths or ice baths,
At
right?
the end, yes, sir, but not the first time.
Not the first time, you apparently...
The
needed
first time I was
ice cooled
nice.
down hot.
I have no idea what I was thinking. We'd all had to have cold showers for 2 days, and he'd lied to us about the water heater. I'd had to have the gas company out.
You put an high-functioning autistic person with a fixation on how things, with a mechanical fascination, with no stimulation, no outside, enrichment, into an environment where he was, coming off cold turkey on medications and trying to deal with everything by going to his comfort place, which is his fixation of taking things apart and putting them back together. Not only did you punish him for that, but you didn't provide him any constructive things like you would a dog, instead of, with like a food response, hey, you get a treat if you do good behavior. So instead of encouraging good behavior, you did negative reinforcement. And when it didn't work or didn't actually do anything, you just got more negative. Now, I know there's like this thing, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again. Now, you can't use that as a legal defense of insanity, Shanda, but you are, in Mo's opinion, insane. allegedly in Minecraft, not a doctorologist.
You remember taking the law school exam test?
The LSAT, yes. Oh, I hated that test.
Oh, I did too. Yeah, I agree with you there. There's a section on there that's about logic and reasoning, right?
Yes, sir.
And I kind of explained it to my friends as it's the, so-and-so can't sit next to so-and-so at a party, and this person can't sit on this side of the table, and this, so you have to map out all those things, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm guessing you scored pretty high on the LSAT, didn't you?
I scored pretty well. I mean, I got a scholarship to law school, so.
So for a test that serves your interest for getting into law school, you have no problem using logic and reasoning, do you?
I mean, I managed to score on, I hated that test. I know I did not miss a single, there's a logic games section. I think I missed one question on that out of 25. And I think the reading comprehension was also something like that. So I think the lowest score was actually on the logical reasoning.
And yet somewhere before the time your husband had a stroke, logic told you that you should use ice in a hot bath. Is that your testimony?
Yes, sir.
Oh, Shanda, you're a dumbass.
But then after that, you do acknowledge that it was cold and or ice baths.
Yes, sir.
And that you encouraged Paul to pour water on Timothy, didn't you?
Just the one day.
Just the one day?
Yes, sir.
Which day was that?
The day before he passed away.
Now, Mr. Johnson asked you some questions about homeschooling and not ever taking Timothy to a doctor. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And I think you said that the reason you couldn't do that is because you couldn't get your ex-husband to help you out with signing over custody. Do you remember that?
Correct. Yes, sir.
The truth is, you were, by court order, not allowed to have custody of Timothy, weren't you?
That's correct. But I was offered the option of either taking him or they were going to put him in foster care. And I didn't want my son in foster care. I don't think anybody would.
But there was a court.
First of all, Shanda, don't do that thing with your face. It scares me. And we know you're not going to actually squeeze out a GD tear. So how about you save us the, dime store actress routine? I mean, not even Sally Field. You like me. You really like me. The audacity this woman has. Now, I will say that I know there are horrible foster parents there and that the entire child safety net needs to be redone from the ground up. I have so many issues with all the child services failing children. I am the biggest advocate for their reform. So this is not that. But I know personally, and I know this is a personal anecdote, so don't take it. I personally know foster parents that bust their behind to take care of children that have complex medical needs in our church, in my community. Yes, I know there are horrible foster parents, but I defy her logic that Timothy, even if he went to one of these terrible foster homes, would be in any worse condition than what she did to her child. And the absolute audacity to have the person that took the life of this child cry because of the imagined horrors of a fictitious foster home is just so goddamn galling to anyone who has a soul, who can manifest any empathy. This is just beyond the pale. I'm trying not to curse before 1 hour.
You are not allowed to have custody of Timothy. I'm not talking about a custody agreement. I'm talking about a court order that says you can't have custody of Timothy.
My understanding of the order that you're talking about, it wasn't that I couldn't, it's just that I didn't get custody that time.
No, it was that she couldn't. And the state prosecutor is willing to put this into the record. Shanda was not supposed to have any contact with her children. And while the family court case and that investigation is sealed, common sense and, just life experience is going to tell you that as a mother, she had to be pretty doggone bad to have to terminate for 4 children, terminate the rights to them. Because all of these, children's advocacy agencies are hell-bent on putting children back with parents just like Shanda. So how bad did it get that she actually, had to give up her rights? And she's trying to wiggle out of this, but the state is going to introduce this and then she's going to back down because she knows that court document, if the jury gets to it, It's probably going to have reasoning as to why she lost her custody rights, and it's not going to look good. If the jury didn't already hate her once they get that paperwork, they would definitely dislike her. So when he, calls her bluff, like, oh, so you don't remember, would you like us to enter this into the record? She's like, oh, well, maybe I misinterpreted. I will say from an optic view, not that you can do much with Shanda, but this is what I would have done. I always do pretend stylist for criminals. It's like my own version of Joan Rivers on the red carpet. What I would have done for Shanda, as much as possible, have a softer head or a softer hairstyle. I would have put her in something that looks less like a Ravensbrück, female guard from WW2. You can't really do anything with her butter face, but you can work with her to soften her expression and to have expressions because she has a very flat affect and it's kind of disconcerting. That being said, you could put lipstick on a pig. She's still guilty. But I do think that defense attorneys do need to start thinking about, especially with LawTube becoming popular, with TrueCrime popular with all of us, in the chat. I do think that they need to start thinking about how their client presents. I mean, I said something about Brian Koberger before he pled guilty. His affectless dead stare into the camera is completely unsettling. He has deep set Kubrick-esque eyes. He is deeply unsettling at the point of your brain where it's like that lizard brain that tells you something isn't right. You're picking up on the fact that you are not getting any signals from this person. And if you're not getting any signals as to what their intentions are, he can be dangerous. So on a base level, I didn't really, get into the Koberger case, but he deeply unsettled me. And that's something that his defense attorneys should have thought about because it was going to be a publicized trial. They should have had him talking, interacting, and not dead staring into the camera like a daggone, extra from The Shining. That being said, he pled guilty, and I no longer have to deal with people who, like the 5 people who are left who are talking about how Koberger's doing 5D underwater, backwards, Uno reverse, chess to get out by pleading. So that's good. I believe they can mimic the surface ones. So I know it's either psycho or sociopaths that are very superficially charming, but because they don't feel real emotions, allegedly, not a doctorologist, they can mimic these sort of superficial emotions, but very complex, like anger, like
Excuse the jury.
where you would
Time, ladies and gentlemen.
where you would be expected to show multiple emotions, like, say you lost a race to your best friend, but they won, so you're feeling happy for your friend, jealous, disappointed in yourself. They don't get those complex, like layered emotions. So it's really hard for them to sort of, play them. They're basically actors. They can pretend emotions, but they don't actually feel them. At least allegedly, that's what I've read. I'm not a doctor, like I said. I'm a redhead on the internet who wears heifer ears when we're dealing with Mom-sters. And I actually kind of like what I do, so, it's okay.
Oh, hold on. All right, we're back on the record. We're going to go ahead and excuse the jury at this time. Thank you.
Now, this jury is like historically just takes forever to get out.
All right, may be seated. All right, Mr. Roberts.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would submit to the court that the way that those questions were just answered, it was really just a very simple yes or no question. And we covered this, and Ms. Vander Ark was present when we covered this, and the court was very limited in what it wanted me to ask, and I asked that question. And she tried to explain it away by saying that she was then offered a chance to take custody or have the child go into foster care. We know that's not true. And I think that gives me fair game at this point to ask her, isn't it true that you were actually subject to a petition to terminate your parental rights, and the only way that was withdrawn was because you agreed to give up and not have custody of Tim?
Sir Johnson.
May I ask my client a question? Did you hear the conversation we had about the custody situation and the judge's ruling on that?
Yes, sir.
What did you think that meant? What do you think his ruling on the custody question, whether you could have legal custody of your child meant?
Wait a minute. We're asking like the legal Einstein over here who got, a perfect, like, what is it, 1600 on her LSTAT or whatever you want to say. Are you telling me that this chick, this absolute butt monkey, is unable to remember legal documentation? What do I call? I call BS.
What did you think that meant?
I also love how her lawyer's talking to her like she's a 4-year-old. You know those words, those things made with letters that we, communicate with in English? Do you remember how to use those words to figure out the context of what this means?
Could you rephrase that? Because I didn't interrupt that conversation, but while y'all are having that conversation, I mean, my understanding of the exit order, the order you're talking about, was not the way it's been characterized. And I mean, from what Mr. Roberts just said, that was not my understanding of how that case ended. So.
All right, so, Your Honor, my response is this. I want that conversation because I want the court to have an opportunity to determine for herself if my client understood the instruction. Clearly, she did not. Clearly, the way she processes the information is different, and she did not understand that she was not allowed to go into those other details. Quite frankly, she sat right here and she heard Your Honor say, this is how far we're going to go. This was clearly a yes or no answer. The rest of that conversation, those responses were not. I would agree with people were not in keeping with the spirit of the court's order. They didn't get in a lot of detail, but they clearly weren't in keeping. I would suggest, Your Honor, that my client be re-explained the limitations of her conversation on that issue, and that there be a corrective instruction given to the jury.
Wait, why do we need to tell, Shanda, the Mensa member, the, greatest late blooming child prodigy, why do we need to, explain right to the jury that she didn't, archaeology her way through the sentence to figure out what words mean? This is why their story doesn't work, because you have to at the same time believe Shanda is incapable of processing information while being told that she was magna cum laude in her, legal class. It's just, it doesn't math.
I would disagree that we've gone so far into it. I think the court stopped us before we got to that point where it's opening a door that allows evidence in that's more prejudicial than probative. I don't think we're at that point yet. That's my opinion. So I would ask for a re-explanation from my client as to how far she can go in answering this question, and a corrective instruction to the jury.
Mr. Roberts?
You can't ring the bell, Judge, just because the witness decided to answer the question how she wanted to answer the question. That's like saying, well, I want to take back the answer now because I don't like it.
Get her, Judge, let us do it. Let us destroy her. Come on, I know you want to do it. Just say yes. Come on, do it, do it. I can't remember. I've watched this so much and I can't remember what he says. Daggone it. Gotta love brain fog.
What happened when I answered it? That's it's not fair. It's not fair to the prosecution. She's a law student. She's just sat up here and explained how she graduated second in her class in law school and passed this bar with a score of 182. She sat through this entire trial. She's been taking notes. She's been actively participating. She's trying to answer the questions the way she wants to get her point across, plain and simple. And the court's order couldn't have been any more explicit that it was a yes or no question about, isn't there a court order prohibiting you from having custody of the kids? I get to come back and explain now why she's sitting here saying that she thinks the order said, well, whenever you want custody back, if you want to take custody or the child goes into foster care, you can do that.
All right, well, before I make it...
I'm sorry, I didn't cut the court off. I apologize. I would just offer the court, I'm prepared for limiting instruction to the jury. that they don't consider this as any type of character evidence or anything of that nature, I think that's perfectly appropriate. But this is a mess of our own making at this point.
All right, well, before I make a ruling, I didn't hear her exact answer because I was in the middle of trying to look at Mr. Johnson and say maybe we stop this. So before I make a ruling, I want to hear exactly what her answer was. So I'm going to take a recess. I'm going to look at the record and make a finding. So, yep, we're in recess.
I will have to say that, again, I know I've stated it a lot of times on this tour of the Petty Express for this trial, but this judge has been extremely thoughtful, very, down the middle. He holds the state's feet to the fire. He holds the defense's feet to the fire. This has been a really refreshing judge. If you do need a case, I know this is a heartbreaking case, but a judge to restore your faith in judge humanity, I guess, he is actually a really good one. And I would be interested in watching more trials from his court. So if you're in the Michigan area and you know of a trial that he's covering that's being streamed, let me know, because I have been very much impressed by how he runs his courtroom. And I love being impressed rather than irritated, because Shanda's enough to irritate, well, anybody. This one doesn't have the little pop box, so I'm over here just guessing when
Go ahead and ask.
All right, now we'll go to the...
Versus Shanda Vander Ark. There was an objection before we broke. It's kind of discussion about opening doors, not opening doors. The attorneys have an opportunity to speak to the court in chambers. At this time, and I'm just going to summarize our discussion, what the court is going to permit by, I guess, agreement of the parties, or, I mean, if it's not an agreement, okay, I'm not speaking for you.
No, I think it's fair to say that we've settled on a way to ask the question that I believe everybody, including the defendant, are on the same page.
Okay, so essentially the question we're going to ask is it true that the order from Oklahoma prevented you or only authorized you to have supervised parenting time of Timothy? Is that correct, Mr. Roberts?
That's correct.
That your understanding, Mr. Johnson?
It is, Your Honor.
Right. Ms. Vander Ark, do you understand the question?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Roberts, why don't you go ahead and I want to make sure, before we bring the jury out, that we make sure that doesn't open any other doors before we don't have to. So go ahead and ask the question.
Thank you. Ms. Vander Ark, is it true that the last custody order from Oklahoma that involved Timothy indicated you were only to be allowed supervised parenting time?
Yes, sir.
Fair
Okay.
enough.
All right. With that, any other thing else before we bring the jury in? Mr. Roberts?
No.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes, Your Honor, prepared to proceed.
Okay, please rise. You may be seated. Mr. Roberts, you can continue.
Thank you. Just to kind of put a bow on this and clarify things, Ms. Vander Ark, is it true that the last custody order from Oklahoma that involved Timothy indicated that you are only to be allowed supervised parenting time?
That is correct.
Now, Mr. Johnson was talked to you about the fact that after Adam had his stroke tragically in January and was out of the home, that was a significant financial hit for you. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And as a result of that, you didn't have a lot of income coming in. Were you working in Newaygo at that time?
I was, yes, sir.
So when you worked here, it was not a paid internship. You were working in Newaygo for paid internship at that time. Is that correct?
For a paid clerkship, yes, sir.
Right. Clerkship. And then what were your other sources of income at that time?
Which time?
Well, in January, right after the stroke.
right
and
after
then-
the stroke. The rental income that I received from my brother from Oklahoma, and then I was down to one dog training client.
Um,
Would leave her alone with a dog. I mean, seriously, that stare. It's the flat affect, and I do get very nervous around people that have a very flat affect. It's very unnerving to me. It could be a personal thing, but it's very hard for me to read them and kind of guess, even get a read like, how am I doing? Am I being obnoxious? Am I okay? It is something very hard when you can't read how a person is, taking you. So it can cause a lot of anxiety. Maybe this is her in trial, but I can't imagine that she had many friends or colleagues that liked her. I imagine she was very, proud and haughty and didn't mix well.
Now, you're not suggesting to this jury that you couldn't afford to have food for your kids, are you?
No, sir.
In fact, we've seen the pictures, and you don't need me showing you the pictures of your freezer, your
Oh, no.
refrigerator, your pantry, all pretty well stocked with food, wouldn't you agree?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so there certainly was a financial ability for you to provide for your children, at least in a food sense, correct?
Yes, sir. I bought food first.
And you're a highly intelligent woman, and I'm sure you're aware of multiple resources available in the community if that ever became an issue, right?
Yes, sir.
United Way, food pantries, anything of that nature, but you never felt the need to reach out to any of those resources, did you?
No, sir, because we had groceries covered.
You talked about, Mr. Johnson asked you about the motion sensors, and I'm not sure we got like any real sense of clarity about the motion sensors. When we're talking about motion sensors, we're talking about ones that would not only go off if there was motion, that's what a motion sensor is, obviously, but would give some type of audio alarm, right?
Some of them did, yes, sir.
And Timothy had very sensitive hearing, didn't he?
I was not aware of that, no, sir. That's, when Paul said that yesterday, that puzzled me.
You didn't know about that? You didn't know he had surgery to put tubes in his ears?
I was there for the surgery for his tubes, but no, I mean, it was, at least my experience with Timothy was half the time he didn't hear what you were saying.
Again, you can't say one damn nice thing about the child that you unalived. You can't say one doggone kind thing about this beautiful child. You had to say, look, he didn't listen to me. Yeah, he's a teen. Duh. I mean, again, duh. I experienced this with my teens. I experienced this with myself. But this is also, because my nerves are all wonky and screwed up, I experience a lot of hypersensitivity to stimulus now. And it's very hard to get your head around. And I'm an adult-ish woman. I can't imagine being a young 15-year-old boy going cold turkey off your medication. The one sense of stability in the household, Adam, is now gone. And you know that Adam was the limiting force. I mean, and I'm not sure how much he was aware, but, I am at least aware of what's happening to me. I can make adjustments, make adaptations because I have a supportive family and, they work around me. Timothy had someone who actively made his disabilities a liability while, actively making sure that her disabilities were met and her needs were met. It is just amazingly despicable.
Did you know that he found it discomforting when those noises happened? Did you know that was, for lack of a better way of putting it, that was a punishment too for those noises to be going on?
No, sir, I did not.
Timothy was autistic, right? He was on the autism
Yes, sir, he was
spectrum?
on the spectrum.
Loud noises, disturbances, things like that. Those are troubling for folks with autism, aren't they?
For some of them, but he never, I mean, he liked to listen to his tablet extremely loud. And I remember, because little man, sorry, I'm trying not to say his name.
Yeah.
When we'd have thunderstorms, sometimes it would freak him out, and things like that didn't bother Timothy at all. And Timothy sat with me, okay, go ahead and judge me or laugh at me, but before the PTSD.
Oh, madam, don't give me an invitation. I've been here from the beginning. I've already been, judging and laughing at you. So, sweetheart, I didn't need to RSVP. I was already here. I was actually the queen of the party. That being said, what she is about to say, we need a puppy kitten break because the level of stupid in what she is about to say is, well, it's mind numbing.
When the world feels like a dumpster dive and humans forget how to thrive, take a break, just you and me, with a puppy and kitten, wild and free. Paws and purrs, let's drift away to a land where tails wag and play. No more noise, just gentle muse in our furry four-legged cruise.
Yeah, okay, so this is how she diagnosed that he was not sensitive to loud noises. Take it away, Mensa Shanda, you know, the world's oldest child prodigy. Go ahead.
See, I used to watch, when I watched college football, I would scream at the television every play, offense and defense. That's just who I am. And Timothy was right there with me hollering at the TV.
So the alarms didn't bother him at all?
I mean, I wouldn't say that, I mean, they bother people, probably some, everybody, but they didn't, he wasn't overly sensitive to it.
Right, because it begs the question, if
The way she answers so matter-of-factly, it is a stark reality that anything that Timothy needed, anything, you know, desires, likes, dislikes, never even came into an equation for Shanda. Notice how she says, well, it annoys everyone else. Again, she didn't see Timothy as a person. With feelings, with, you know, anything. It's very odd because she feels like he has agency over the things that she would consider defiance, but then she gives no shit to the underlying things that might have caused these behaviors. He, in fact, can control his behaviors, whereas she needs a service dog. Very interesting.
the alarms don't bother him, what's the point in having them, right?
Yes, sir.
And they were there as a disincentive for him to do the things he wasn't supposed to do.
It was to let us know he was doing it too. That way we knew what was going on.
But it was supposed to also be, you're
Yes.
not supposed to be doing this, and we know when you're going to be doing
Yes,
this, right?
it was so he knew we would be notified.
And the doing this that we're talking about is coming out of the basement area of the home, right?
Coming upstairs in the middle of the night, yes, sir.
Coming upstairs in the middle of the night?
Yes, sir.
So these would only be active at night?
I only turned them on at night, yes, sir.
So there's no text messages in there about turning on the motion sensor during the day so he can't come upstairs?
I mean, I don't recall it, but
But you would, if those are in there, you would agree with me then that you were using the motion sensors to keep him downstairs even during the day, right?
I mean, if it happened occasionally, I'm
Sure.
just,
Do you remember the text exchange about turning off the alarms so that he can go to the bathroom and then turning the alarms back on after he's done going to the bathroom? Do you remember those?
that was read the other day, vaguely, yes, sir.
Well, I'm sure you remember them from being read the other day. Do you
Yeah.
remember sending those text
Vaguely.
messages?
No, sir.
No memory of those text messages?
No, sir. And you're talking, are you talking motion sensor or there was
I'm
one?
talking motion sensor right now.
Okay, the motion sensors are still, that's different. You're talking about it was actually for a bike alarm, like for somebody stealing a bike.
How, again, she doesn't have the perspective that she is trying to explain that she had multiple ways to make sure that her son was imprisoned. She's over here like, no, that was a vibration sensor, and then this was a door open sensor. They're not the same thing. I'm like, thanks for clarifying your felonious behavior, Shanda.
I guess it was. And that was the one that you were referring to. The motion sensors that we've been talking about are posted in the house, and those didn't need to be turned on or
I
off.
see. So the motion sensor with the alarm was the one that was outside? Is that what you're saying? The motion sensor with the alarm, the one that makes noise, was not one that was in the house?
No, they were up on the stairs. There's a personal one that you could attach to whatever you wanted to.
Right.
There's one of those, and then there were several on the stairs.
I see. Okay. And the purpose of
So
the one
you
on the stairs
low-jaxed
one was
him.
to make sure he didn't come upstairs.
In the middle of the night, yes, sir.
Right. And the ones the ones that you could attach to a thing, you actually attached to a person, didn't you?
Occasionally, yes, sir.
So let's talk about the cameras then. Well, I guess let me ask you this question. So the motion sensor goes off the alarm goes off, maybe it doesn't go off, maybe it's not one of the ones that have an alarm on it. So what? How is that a deterrent, or how is that a punishment to Timothy?
That wasn't meant as a punishment, it was to let us know so we could go make sure that he was, he wasn't wandering around, he wasn't getting into taking batteries apart and messing with stuff that he shouldn't have been.
So you wanted to restrict his movements, and you wanted to know if he moved out of the basement area whenever the motion sensors were on.
Yes, sir.
And the cameras are, I think you testified that the camera, at least initially, you put the camera in place in G's room to make sure that he wasn't running around without his clothes on, right?
Yes, sir. When he was a toddler, he would strip down.
How does putting a camera
Okay, and the only thing that I can say that yes, this was a thing for my kids, when all the feral young ones were under 5, yes, we had like a 5, a 3, and a 1.5-year-old. There were moments where I was wondering if I was raising a nudist colony. There were days where, look, as a mom of 6 kids, sometimes you just have to surrender to the overwhelming mundaneness of a day. So there were days that, we just ran around in diapers because we weren't going anywhere. That being said, I never, gave ice baths or, hot sauce sandwiches. I just realized I have a passel of young feral children, and some days nothing is going to get accomplished. Just nothing. And you can either, have a bad attitude about that. And it took me years to learn this, but sometimes you just have to surrender to the overwhelming mundaneness of a day and just accept that everything is going to take about 10 times longer than it normally does because it is just the Mondayest whatever day that you have. It doesn't make it any less sucky, but you kind of just learn to roll with it. If I have any wisdom, it's that. When you have a day that is overwhelmingly, just crap spackle, just surrender to it. Don't try to fight it.
in his room to show him
Find
running
reasons
around,
to smile.
restrict him from doing that?
Well, it doesn't restrict it. It was to let us know that he was doing it.
And you have a problem with him running around?
He wasn't
naked?
potty trained.
Wasn't potty trained, I see. But otherwise, if you're potty trained, it's okay to have your children running around naked?
No,
No. You wouldn't want to have a child running around your house naked, would you?
no,
You wouldn't want G to see his brother running around naked, would you?
no.
Then I'm wondering why the text message that you sent to Paul about Timothy making a mess in the garage was that he had to clean the garage without anything on below the waist, and then he could stand against the wall without anything below his waist.
I don't remember that, sir. I'm sorry.
You don't remember that text message?
No, sir.
It's interesting.
Makes sense. She doesn't remember anything.
Take a look at, this is from the larger.
I think it became a stress relief. I think it became a pressure valve. Shanda has a bad day. Shanda's late with a bill. Timothy gets to run up and down the stairs. Shanda is worried about her husband. Well, she can't, go off at work. She can't go off with G. She hasn't done it with Paul, or Paul's her, disciple. She can take it out on Timothy. He was her fidget spinner for, when other people do crafting hobbies, World of Warcraft, Roblox, or whatever the hell it is that my husband does on his cell phone, little robot game, or Shadow Legend raidy things. This was her hobby. This was her favorite thing to do to let off steam. That's my personal opinion. I do believe that the judge echoed that in his sentencing, but I don't think anyone doubts that she got something out of this. And it's horrifying. And welcome, Dan. Good morning.
Text messages. This is all the text messages between you and Paul. It's a few hundred, if not 1,000 pages. Take a look at, this is page 5783 if Mr. Johnson wants to reference. The blue is your text messages. Can you read that to the jury, please?
Okay. Now, what I see there, and welcome to a detour of how Mo's brain with ADHD handles sitting still during a trial, but the way that the prosecutor dropped that, then dropped it like an explosion and then walked away like with his back is just like every one of those action movies where the hero walks away from like the explosion at the end looking like a badass. So in my head canon, he's walking away from an explosion because he just dropped her words like mic drop and cool walk back to the lectern.
Read that for the jury, please.
She's like, Heifer says what?
The blue one says, my bigger issue is that you said you checked every minute or so, but checking on the camera would have told you he wasn't listening. I'm not absolving him of responsibility by a long shot, but there are reasons the cameras are in place.
What time was that sent?
4:14 p.m. it looks like.
So at 4:14 p.m., you're upset with Paul because he's not watching Timothy every minute on the cameras, right?
If I remember correctly, that particular day, yeah, he said he was gonna check. That wasn't, I didn't expect him to check every day, but there were days that were much more challenging, and that was when I asked him to keep a closer eye on.
Where's the text message that describes what the challenging incident was that day?
I don't know, sir. I mean, there was a lot of challenging incidents.
Going upstairs?
No, sir.
Going upstairs was okay during the day?
As long as he was being monitored, yes.
You talked about, we talked about the autism already. You talked about a number of other issues that that Timothy had: bipolar, ADHD. Were there some other ones? Or was it
Sensory
just
processing disorder.
Sensory process. So he had the same disorder that you did.
Yes,
the
sir.
sensory processing disorder.
But there's different manifestations of it.
He had
Oh,
one
tell
where his
us.
senses being overloaded didn't make a problem for him. Is that what you're saying?
He was more hyposensitive, which means he didn't react the way a typical person would, as far as less of a reaction. There was a time, I was told about it when we still lived in Oklahoma. I guess he was being given a bath and he fell and hit his jaw, and he didn't say anything. He didn't say he was in pain. Well, I guess he went to someone's bedroom and my oldest son brought him back out and he had completely bitten through his tongue and not said anything. So he did not react as much to stimuli as most people do. There's hypo and hypersensitive, and he was hyposensitive.
And is there medication?
So it was okay to do really extreme things to him because it didn't bother him. Also, what kind of mom needs to be told that one of their children needs stitches? In theory, if you are a good mom, but I know we're not dealing with you, you're a different kind of person thing. But most moms would be there holding their kid's hand, even if they are liable to pass out with blood. Believe me, it was a close thing when youngest, most feral busted his lip. I mean, look, I'm glad I was sitting down because I was trying to hold his hand and not look at his face. Poor little guy. I wanted to give him comfort, but I also didn't want to pass out on him. And I am really, really, really not good with blood. So look, as a mama, you do things, as a dad, as an auntie, as anyone who takes care of a kiddo, you go the extra mile because that's what you would have wanted as a kid. That's what you know they need. Despite, for a normal person, despite not liking blood, I was there when when the two of my kids that needed stitches thus far had to get stitches. She is just such a see you next Tuesday.
Medication for that you take?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't.
Do you go to counseling for you, or did you go to counseling for you?
Not for that, no, sir.
For any of your other issues, though?
I have over time. It's been a long time.
But in fact, the entire time Timothy was in the state of Michigan, you never took him to a counselor or a doctor to address any of those issues, did you?
No, sir, I didn't have the insurance information.
You didn't reach out to any resources in the community that might have been available to help, did you?
I did actually
Yes or
contact-
no? Did you reach out to any resources
Yes.
in the community? Which ones?
I contacted DHHS about getting him on Medicaid, but they said that because he had other insurance, that would be primary, so we still had to have that information.
Did you reach out to Community Mental Health, or Health West, I guess it's called now?
I didn't, I wasn't aware of it. I hadn't heard of Health West until I started working in the courthouse.
Right. You worked in this courthouse, in the county that you live in, for at least an entire summer, as I recall correctly, and you never knew that we had a mental health agency here in Muskegon County?
I didn't realize that's what it was for. I honestly, I didn't think about it. As far as resources go, the only thing that I thought about was DHHS for things like Medicaid and food stamps.
Mr. Johnson asked you about the alarms on the doors, and your response to him was that the alarms went on the doors about 3 weeks before Timothy passed away. Is that correct?
Somewhere in there, I was approximating
Somewhere
it.
in there, okay.
I need the Maury clip that says, survey says, or the lie detector says that's a lie. Well, I'm glad, because then you'd have, I'm sure, hysterical glaucoma. Ooh. I mean, you'd have to think of, well, Janet Reno nude to get that out of your mind, and ooh.
You can look up the Amazon history on my phone.
Like
Well, if
she's,
you want
like
better
he's
than
her
that,
secretary.
This is
Swear
page
to God.
3932
The
of text
audacity on
messages
this
from
chick.
you. Could you go ahead and read that exchange for the jury and the date, please?
Did he say miraculously? No,
This is Paul's response now, right?
Yes. No, I was emphasizing because I turned on the alarm, yet he slipped past. That's not good. We need to put up the other 2 alarms tonight later on. That's the motion sensors.
But you referred to them as alarms.
Yes, sir, I did.
Right, and that was
That's what we called them. That was February.
You refer
That
to
was
them as
motion
alarms,
sensors.
but they're not alarms. Good deal.
months before he died.
Yes, sir.
You just mixed up what an alarm and what a motion sensor is?
Yes, sir. That's what I called them alarms. I didn't call them motion sensors most of the time.
This one's a little bit longer exchange, but if you could read 3996 for me,
Nah.
please.
I
Just a
can't
page.
French braid,
Nope, the whole thing. That's
nor
it.
do I want to look like this heifer. But it was a thought.
Is it snowing at home currently?
Also, other random ADHD thought. She looks like if Pippi Longstocking had a really bad, like a really bad life, like she fell into OnlyFans and went full Tara Reid. Think about it. But she does look like if Pippi Longstocking had a real rough time after filming.
KK, Timothy apparently ate my Pop-Tarts a few days back. Not anymore. Are you kidding me? When did he do that? He said he doesn't know the exact day. That's a bunch of BS, and how did he do it? Did he sneak down to the bathroom? He says it was before we had the other alarms. I said, that's not true because we've had those for over a week now. And you had Pop-Tarts in that box as of this past weekend or Friday at the very latest. That's still the motion sensors.
Okay,
That's
so
what I call
again,
them.
you refer to the motion sensors as
Yes,
alarms
sir.
there. And you're upset at that point because Timothy's eating some Pop-Tarts. Is that my understanding of this text messages?
In that case, because he stole them, Paul had gotten them for himself and because he stole them.
And that date, I don't know if we read it or not, but you would agree with me that it was, it's on Valentine's Day, February 14th, 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, I wanted to take a look at 3702. Crossed out the parts that it's not really necessary for you to read, and just go ahead and tell the jury that date and what's on there.
The date is January 24th. Okay. Did Timothy have to wash his sheets? Question mark. Yes. I said, ugh, okay, pretty sure that is him pouting over the extra camera and motion sensors.
So, and that was in January of 2022, correct?
Yes,
So
sir.
no problem referring to the motion sensor in January of 2022, but suddenly, come February, you mix up what an alarm and what a motion detector are.
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
She was confused.
Like I said, you can check my Amazon history.
You don't want to revise your testimony about when
She's like, no, go look at my, again, treating him like a servant, like go check my messages, assistant, if you need to, and, as per my email. And this is probably the face that Timothy saw a lot. He's getting on her nerves because he is not following the narrative that she's carefully crafted and using her own words against her. So this is probably a face, and a face contorted with rage, that Timothy saw.
it was that you started using alarms on the doors?
No, sir, because it's in my Amazon history when I purchased those.
Screw your Amazon history. I don't care. It's probably full of battery-operated boyfriends and bitch
Mr.
spray.
Johnson
I
asked
don't
you
know.
about Timothy being on medication for a lot of his issues, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I think you said that when he came to you, he was like a zombie, right?
Yes, sir.
So you decided to take him off
Yes.
those medications, didn't you?
No, sir, we couldn't get refills. We had to get a refill through a doctor, and we didn't have a doctor.
So your testimony wasn't that you took him off those medications?
I said that I wanted to,
You wanted to.
yes, sir, at least some of them, because he was a zombie, it was horrible.
You wanted to take him off the medications, and it happened anyway because you can get refills for him. So you're actually happy that that happened.
Not the way it happened, but he wasn't a zombie afterwards.
So let me get this straight because I am not good at calculus, but let me logic this out, Shanda, because I try to logic things out when I don't understand them. So his behaviors were more manageable and controlled, but he was lethargic when he was on the medication. So rather than moving heaven and earth to get him to where he had a functional level of medication to help him, but not hinder, his ability to react to the world, you were happy to take him off cold turkey. And then when he reacted as someone would react to having fairly heavy medications taken off, and then was no longer able to control himself because he had never had to learn those skills, it seems like you would have wanted him to be a zombie. He wouldn't have gotten up. He wouldn't have been into things. So it seems like she, again, wanted a stress relief. She knew that Timothy, off of his medication, whether consciously or subconsciously, she put everything into motion to make Timothy her stress relief, punching bag, in my opinion.
But you definitely did not consult with the doctor before you did that.
No, sir, because we ran out.
But and again, didn't reach out to any, besides DHHS, didn't reach out to any resources in the community that might have helped you out with a child with such severe emotional issues that you have to use motion sensors and later alarms and locks on things. You didn't reach out for any resources before you just decided to stop him taking medication.
Before he ran out, I wasn't aware of, like I said, DHHS is pretty much the main resource that I was aware of.
Did you ever talk to somebody and say, look, I'm at my wit's end here? I did reach out to resources and talk to the judge that you were clerking for. Say, what can I do to get some help here? Did you ever do any of that?
So here are some of the reasons I think she didn't reach out to anyone, because she definitely had the ability. She is a smart woman that if she had desired to reach out, she was well aware that she was not supposed to have Timothy. So inviting in the fact that, she was, complicit in an illegal, custody arrangement, she wouldn't have said anything. Again, this was probably a boon for her. I mean, imagine having a child that no one knows where he is. You aren't going to get in trouble for whatever you do to him. She was probably happier than a pig in poo, because Timothy really didn't exist anywhere to any resources to check on him, to make sure he had enrichment, anything. No one really knew he was there. He was basically a non-person, and she could do whatever she wanted to him. So no, she wouldn't have reached out. But she had the ability, she had the knowledge, she had the wherewithal to, study 4,000 or 400 hours to get, the highest score on the LSAT. But she couldn't figure out a way to help her son. And she still doesn't get why that is so incredibly foreign to the rest of us with souls.
I talked to some friends at work.
And
I
nobody
didn't
come up
ask.
with an idea?
I didn't ask for resources. I just vented to them, and nobody suggested anything. I didn't ask.
Have a great lunch.
It's rather unusual the way this question was answered by you. She said there was one time that your mother-in-law saw Timothy.
Yes, sir.
One time.
Yes, sir.
Just the once.
After the stroke, yes, sir.
Just once in 6 months was the only time.
As far as I remember, yes, sir. That's what I believe.
In fact, you went to great lengths to make sure that the grandmother, that's Grammy, that's the person you
Grammy,
referred to
yes.
as Grammy, right? Your mother-in-law. You went to great lengths to make sure that she wasn't allowed in your home, didn't you?
I mean, that was just because the house was a mess.
Did you have some type of tracking device on her to know where she was?
We had her.
This next part is going to illustrate the lengths that Shanda went to make sure that, again, Timothy wasn't discovered, the state of the house wasn't discovered, what she was doing in her personal life, as long as she had the facade of being a semi-functional human being, everything was fine. But look under the surface, and she realized, again, this is another consciousness of guilt thing. She knew that if anyone from the outside, any reasonable person looking objectively at the situation would be appalled. So she took steps to isolate. Classically, isolating a victim, making sure they have no resources for help. She made sure she had Timothy.
Phone under our phone plan, so I could look up find my iPhone. Usually when she was, that way, Paul wanted to know when she was coming to get Gabriel. Oh, gee, sorry.
I am good
Let me
today.
show you what's page 4284. This is a lengthy exchange, but go ahead and read that for the jury. It's from, I believe, March 28th.
Soot. Stupid thing writing on my watch. That should have said good. Grammy left home about 10 minutes ago. Hopefully she will not beat me there this time, but please have him ready to go. And please keep a very close eye on your message.
And this is a pattern you see in a lot of these cases of kind of the scapegoat child or CA or any sort of abusive situation. You will notice that the parents typically, if there are alarms raised at school, they will pull the child out and homeschool them. They will isolate them from relatives, say, oh no, they're with someone else, they're with this person. So this was already on the road to no return. She had no limiting factors, and she could control who saw Timothy, who didn't.
I will track her on the app as I head home. Hey, I need to make sure you're seeing these messages, and please make sure his new shoes are on him. Okay, thank you. And do not let Grammy inside.
Exclamation point.
Yes, sir.
All right?
Okay, she will probably beat me there, but not by more than a couple minutes. You get clothes on too, please. Okay, go ahead and take Gabriel outside and sit Timothy down and stand up against the wall downstairs. You can, it says create the puppy too, but, OL and then okay. She should be pulling up pretty soon. Okay, I got it. I'm glad you got it, but you better be outside. He is outside. Do you want to say goodbye?
That's Paul's response back to you, right?
Yes. And I said, yes, I do. I'll be there in just a minute. Headed to the car now. How's it going there? He said, good, already taped the coat rack.
I think you can stop there. So you're tracking her movements on your phone as you're driving home.
At stoplights, yes, sir.
Because
I love how she's like, I didn't look at my phone when I was driving. I'm not a monster. Like, that's the thing that you want to litigate now. Okay, Jan. This is something that I really makes me want to dig deeper into this case. And this has always been what really fascinates me. It seems like she was able to form an actual loving, devoted maternal relationship with her youngest child, one that kind of resembles a normal parent-child relationship. And it really, kind of, it jogs my noggin. It makes me very curious as to how she was able to establish and break patterns of her norms, or if it was normal for her to have a golden child in her past family, if it was normal for her to have a scapegoat and then a golden child. I'm not sure. But she does seem to genuinely, like, the only time that her face gets animated, the only time I've actually seen her genuinely smile is when she's talking about her youngest son. He's the only one that she seems to be not derogatory towards. She's called Paul a liar. She's called Timothy a liar. But she, kept in T-ball. She, got him fast food even when they were in dire straits. So it really always has intrigued me how or why she was able to have a semi-normal relationship with G, but wasn't able or refused to have a relationship like that with her other children. It does seem that, and I'm not going to lie, there are I have a daughter who is definitely like a social creature. She is in all the things. She wants to be around all the people. I jokingly refer to her as my alien child. And then I went on to have 3 boys who are as social as Walmart greeters. They operate on a completely different, extrovert kind of personality than I do. But you know what? I suck it up. I go to her dive, things when I can, when my leg is fine. I go to her cross country things when I can. I go to her awards things when I can. Just because it's not my jam doesn't mean I don't try to be there for my kids. It's just, she is such a doofus. I apologize for all the tangents, y'all. As you can probably tell, it was a rough night, so I am a little bit more squirrely.
You're worried that she's going to see a messy house.
Yes, sir.
And the solution to that
Or an
is
emaciated
put
boy.
Gabriel outside so that he's outside when she gets there, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, I misspoke. That was March 8th, right?
Yes,
So rather than his grandmother come into the house, even the entryway of the house, in the middle of winter, not middle of winter, on March 8th, your solution was put Gabriel outside, make sure she doesn't come in. Do not let her in the house.
Paul was outside with him.
Exclamation point.
I've never put him outside by himself. Paul was outside with him.
4044.
Please.
It's even evidenced in that, like, I would never let him outside by himself. Again, she doesn't get the correlation that Timothy didn't have a mattress, he didn't have anything of comfort, but she wants to make sure that everyone knows that if G were outside, he would have someone accompanying him. He would never go outside by himself. It's that weird juxtaposition of who she chooses to be a mom to and who she chooses to be an incubator from hell to. It's always fascinated me.
Also have some decent clothes on in case I need you to bring a little man out. I'm hoping Grammy does not beat me there. It looks like it will be close. He said, okay. Said, I will tell you when to take him outside to wait for her. Just please make sure she doesn't leave until after I get there. I haven't been away from Gabriel at night since this all started, and I wanted to give him a hug and kiss before he goes. Okay. Go ahead and go outside and wait for her. It shouldn't be more than a few minutes before she gets there. Just please don't let her leave until after I get there. She is almost there. Are y'all outside? I would like a response to that message. Question mark. You might need to make Timothy stand with his nose, it says of, against the front door on the inside. Please tell me that you and the child are outside. Seriously, no response. I am almost there and I'm more than a little upset at the moment.
You're upset because at that point,
Oh, Shanda, you upset is like my happy place. You, Lori Vallow and Sarah Boone being roommates and annoying the ever-living snot out of each other while I watch with popcorn is like on my bucket list. So, again, anything that pisses you off warms the cockles of my dark, dark soul.
you don't know whether or not she's going to come into the house, aren't you?
I was upset because I wasn't getting a response. That drives me crazy. It's a pet peeve. I hate not getting a response by a text message.
Right, so you better have my child.
So we've all dealt with these people, the people that have decided that they are the most important person in the world. So if you leave them on read, if you don't respond, it is a personal insult. It is a slight against their honor, their mama and their cow, dishonor on your cow. You know, we've all met people like this. Shanda is full main character. Look, she is one of those people that you having a life is a personal affront to them. So if you actually had some reason that you had to put something else first, you will never not hear about it all the time. Yeah, I'm going to do a couple trials, but we are going to rewatch the Letitia Stalk trial at some point because that was the first trial that I covered, I believe. Now, I do not recommend going to my early videos. It is funny to kind of look at your earlier videos, and I definitely look like I'm in a hostage situation because I wasn't comfortable. It's like blink if you need help. But I do want to go back to it because she is another hideotorous case, but she is 170 pounds of crazy in a 2-pound sack, and it is And she has the smarmiest lawyers from what I remember. So it'll be a good case for Petty Express off the rails.
Standing outside so his grandmother doesn't go inside, and oh, by the way, put my other child up against the front door with his nose against the wall, right?
Because he was in trouble for something. I mean, I don't know what happened before that exchange.
What would he do to get punished to have him make sure he's standing against the wall with his nose against the door?
That was one of the punishments. We'd make him stand against the wall with his nose. And the reason I had it against the door is because I didn't want him getting into anything. That way Paul had better ability to monitor him.
4123. Remember, we're not saying your younger son's name.
Yes. When you get home, please make sure G's face is not a mess and he isn't filthy dirty, and then please get socks and shoes on him and his headphone case in his backpack, and maybe his blue headphones as well. Okay. Also, please watch him, but please have Timothy get those 2 pumpkins off the front porch and into the trash can before Grammy gets there.
Wait,
Grammy isn't
pumpkins.
supposed
What month was this? Was this like February? Why the hell do they still have pumpkins? Like Shanda, like, okay, y'all, I'm not gonna lie. I was never June Cleaver. In fact, the only time I have ever willingly and without, hysterical cleaning before, relatives or people come over, the only time I ever do baseboards is when I'm trying to get into labor. I mean, it never worked. I don't recommend it because it'll just be pissed off. And there's about no way you can do baseboards at 9 months pregnant. It was a bad idea. That being said, I at least don't have pumpkins rotting on my front lawn, in February. So, Shanda, do better. Not that you could.
Get there till 6:15, but she was early last time, so she might do that again. I hope not. Remember to bang loudly on the door 3 times, please. I will let Timothy know to listen for you here in the next few minutes. And Grammy may just beat me there again, which doesn't make me happy, but anyway. If she does, do not let her in the house this time. Okay. Work was fun. I accidentally scratched my palm with a knife opening a bag and then cut my elbow from banging my funny bone on a metal carton.
That was Paul's response back to you.
Yeah. That was his.
So that's 3 text exchange, all within a couple of weeks of each other, where you are absolutely consistent that the boy's grandmother, G's grandmother, not come into the house, right?
Yes, sir.
To the point where you're tracking her phone while you're driving home from work, right?
Yes, sir. I did. I only tracked it when I was stopped. I wouldn't do that while I was driving, but.
Now, Mr. Johnson asked you about the leg irons. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And you said that those were Timothy's leg irons, correct? Oh, no, I'm sorry, that they were, your testimony here today was that those were ordered by Paul, and Paul would use those on Legos, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now my sons and I have a bunch of Lego things that I am going to be doing on my craftings channel whenever my closet gets done. Swear to God, this year has been hurry up and wait. And Mr. Mo is doing a marvelous job. In fact, you might hear him in the background working on the closet. But in order to get all of my prop stuff up, I need to have the closet done. In order to get the closet done, we need to have the drywall put up and sanded. And I guess spackled. I don't know. Look, Mr. Mo doesn't let me help play with his power tools. And I do an awful job, like for cereals. And have a lovely rest of your day, Heidel, and we will see you later. Thanks for stopping by. So it's like I have to wait for certain things to get certain things going, and I don't know if you know this about me, but I am practicing patience, and I'm not quite good at it yet. But I am practicing. I hope one day I get the skill, but it's not there yet.
Actually, I don't think I testified about I know that they were Paul's purchase. I don't think I actually testified about the Legos. I think that was a conversation with police.
Well, I'll leave the jury to the recollection of that, but I remember you saying Legos, and I'm not ashamed to admit the fact that I'm actually a fan of Legos too, so that's why it stuck out in my mind that you just said it earlier today. But to be clear, your testimony is those were Paul's, those were never used on Timothy, right?
As far as I know, yes, sir.
Okay. Let's look at that top text message, 5460. These top 2 text messages. Again, the blue is you.
The Wisely transaction is handcuffs and lead cuffs for Timothy from Amazon. Figured it would be okay to get those right away till we can talk about the sensors and stuff. If not, please say so and can cancel the order.
So would you like to revise your answer, sweetheart? Because darn, when my own words and text come back to bite me in the ass. Oh, please, let's see how she figures out how to wiggle out of this one.
Okay.
I don't remember that.
You don't remember that
No,
message?
sir, I don't.
Ah,
You do have some memory problems, don't you?
Yes, sir. That's common.
sir, we salute the petty. You really do have some memory problems.
PTSD.
Page 5829, if you could read that last text there at the bottom and then continues on to the next page.
He has moved around, so he got the cuffs in front of him instead of behind him.
Go ahead and flip the page and read the next one.
I put the cuffs back behind him. I will have to deal with less than 2 hours of sleep today, but not letting him get away with this BS.
I put the cuffs back behind him. That is your text message.
Yes, sir.
So you use handcuffs on Timothy.
I don't remember, honestly.
You don't remember using?
No, sir.
And you said that the transaction, the Wisely transaction, was the leg cuffs and handcuffs for Timothy. That was your text message.
That's what the message said.
Is that the I don't know as well? You don't remember that one either?
There, between the time of the stroke and Timothy's passing, I don't remember a heck of a lot.
But somehow you can remember when the police ask you about the leg irons and the cuffs. You say those were for Paul for a TikTok video, right?
I think that's what I told
That's
him.
what you told the police.
Yes.
So you don't remember things, but you have the wherewithal to make it look like, no, those don't involve Timothy. Those.
Go like Officer Diener. Look, it was a false memory. I don't remember anything. I was right near the Canton Triangle. I mean, at this point, your words done sunk you, ma'am.
Those were Paul's. It's pretty self-serving, isn't it?
Objection, Your Honor. Argument.
I'll withdraw the last part. You had the wherewithal to say that the cuffs that they found belonged to Paul when your text message indicates they were actually for Timothy, right?
Apparently, yes, sir.
Apparently, like, are we confused?
Mr. Johnson asked you about the zip ties. Remember?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever use zip ties on Timothy?
To attach the personal sensor.
Okay.
And then I remember hearing about a conversation about them, yes, on text. I don't remember it, but I remember hearing about it when it was read.
You remember hearing about a conversation. Did that?
What in the memento is her memory thing? Like, what in the inception is she trying to pull here? Because again, you are functional enough to drive, to do complicated things at your work, to draft opinions, but you can't remember a text and what time and if it's, February. Okie dokie.
Did that make you stop and go, oh my goodness, we can't be putting Timothy in zip ties?
Yes, I mean, that's what I thought here. Yes, sir.
Sure, okay. Well, then this,
So while in the courtroom, your conscience and soul grew 3 times, like you're like the Grinch.
if you care to read the bottom of 4227, that's Paul's message to you.
This is from earlier. He just won't listen or does something I didn't tell him he could. He just tried claiming his zip cuffs were too tight when I didn't even tighten them to where there's no room for his wrists.
This is your response now.
Yeah, leave them as they are and I will check them when I get home and you can tell him that. And if he lied about that, he gets himself in even more trouble. You want me to keep going?
No, that's fine. Leave them as they are, and I will check them when I get home. You want to revise your earlier answer to the question when you said that you would have said, oh no, don't use zip cuffs on Timothy?
I don't recall that, sir. I'm sorry.
Don't recall that either, huh?
No, sir.
Good.
Where, oh, where has my memory gone?
You seem to be having a lot of difficulty
where
in-
can it
when
be?
it comes to the text messages that are talking about the things that you either did or want done to Timothy. Is that where the memory issues kick in for you?
It's most of what happened. It's not just text messages. And it doesn't
It's
just involve
every
him. It's-
incriminating thing I did.
mean, the events of the whole 6 months are,
So so all the other text messages that are just about, you know, hey, how's your day going, or get your bike tire fixed, all those types of things, those are all clarity moments, right? So you don't
I
have
don't
any issues
rem-
with,
I don't know if I remember, I mean, if you showed me, I don't know if I'd remember them or not, honestly. We sent a lot of text messages.
no, but what, I guess that was a clumsy way of asking that question. You're certainly capable of engaging in a conversation with Paul that's not about anything for Timothy, right?
I mean, I would assume so, I mean, as far as memory goes, my memory of those is not.
Well, we'll just see what your explanation is for this. So this is 5785, this is June 21st of 2022. This is a week or so after that picture, and we'll get to the picture in a minute that you say that you never saw. Go ahead and read your text message to Paul.
4 with hot sauce that he has to eat, and he has allowed another 4 without, it says house sauce, but he has to do the hot sauce one first, and then set a timer for 30 minutes before you can eat the others.
What time is that sent?
8:05 p.m.,
To the second, please.
18.
Okay. What's your next text message?
8:05:47.
30 seconds or so later.
Yes, sir, I was using Siri because I was driving.
Yeah.
You could tell by the issues with the text message.
Sure.
I found enough in change to get Gabriel some chicken nuggets and french fries from Burger King. It's like $3 total, so we will be home as soon as I do that.
You remember sending the hot sauce text?
I don't remember sending either one of these texts, sir.
Don't remember sending either one of those?
No, sir, I don't.
But you can process that Timothy needs to eat some bread with hot sauce on it. But you scrounged up enough change to make sure that G gets some chicken nuggets and fries.
We were
Within
on-
30 seconds. Processing that all in your mind. Sending it all out in a text message, right?
Apparently, yes, sir.
She is the highest functioning Borg we have. She, it's not her fault. She's Vulcan.
Like I said, I use Siri.
Sure.
Let's talk about the photograph.
I don't generally warn y'all, but you are about to see some of the most hideous acting ever in the flippin' flapjack universe. This woman is going to pretend to upchuck. If you get weak stomach because of gaggy sounds, there is no, corresponding actual upchuck, but she does pretend quite horribly to be distraughticated. Like she didn't see this boy, her son, every day in his emaciated state. So just a warning, we're about to see something really, really stupid. So hold on to your belts. The cringe is real.
People's 36A. Mr. Johnson asked you about it, so if you remembered the text exchange, including the photograph of Timothy, right?
Yes, sir.
And the jury's seen that a couple of times. I don't think they need to see it again right now. Let's go ahead and read the exchange there, starting with the message that Paul sent to you with the photograph.
Timothy tried to sneak food. I yelled at him, and then he became momentarily unresponsive, and then I saw this. He's bone thin, Mama. I think we need to actually feed him.
Okay, and what's your response to that?
I said, Kay, give him bread, please. And then I said, I hear you, give PB sandwiches and water. You want me to keep going?
Yeah.
Okay, the unresponsiveness is probably fake, but I see what you mean.
Okay. And go.
Dr. Shanda, medicine woman. Honest to God, I trust Jane Seymour more with my health than I would this chick. Actually, I trust, just about anyone more with my health than this chick. And I've been to a lot of doctors I don't really trust anymore.
The next page.
Also, it's no wonder he's hardly capable of standing.
Then that's the one with photographs of his legs, right?
Yeah, and then I said, I'm in court.
Okay,
So
here
is it
it
really your
comes.
testimony that you never saw that photograph?
I do not recall seeing it. That was it. I feel like I want to throw up.
Oh,
You don't recall seeing the photograph, right?
No, sir.
The unresponsiveness is probably fake, but I see what you mean. You literally use the word see in your text message. about see what you mean. But your testimony today is, I didn't look at the photograph. I didn't see the photograph.
Yes, sir.
I
That's
see
the
nothing.
phrase that you use.
It's a phrase that you use, I see what you mean.
Yes, sir.
Isn't that usually when you see the things that the people are talking about?
Sometimes.
I'm wondering why your response to your son saying that your other child is bone thin and needs to eat, actually feed him. That's the phrase. Actually feed him, right?
That's what he said, yes, sir.
Right? And your response to that is, okay, give him bread, please, or bread with peanut butter. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Not, oh my goodness, this is, if he's that hungry, yeah, make him some chicken nuggets, make him some pizza, make him some pizza rolls, make him any one of a dozen or so things that were in your freezer or your refrigerator, any of that. But that wasn't your response, was it?
No, sir, I was, like I said, I was in court. I just was scrambling for an answer.
You were in court, but you were able to send 1, 2, 3 text messages before you said you're in court, right?
Yes, sir.
And the first answer you could come up with to feed your child was give him bread?
I don't remember what I was thinking at the time, sir. I just know that
And the really sad fact is, if you've gone as long as Timothy did without proper nutrition, if someone tried to feed him an actual meal, it would probably make him sick. Your body is not used to that food. And your first instinct, of course, is to wolf down everything. But your body can't handle it, and it can actually put your system into shock. There was a lot of experience with this when, again, I'm not political, but I do watch a lot of World War II documentaries, and this was a frequent problem with some of the camps that were liberated, you know, out of empathy, out of sympathy, out of wanting to help your fellow human. You want to give them, food, you want to comfort them when you see they've obviously gone through something horrific, but you have to be very careful how you reintroduce food and, how you kind of time it and allow the body to get used to having food. So unfortunately, I thought about this a lot. That meal that Paul made him, that one extension of sympathy, the scrambled eggs, the peanut butter jelly sandwich, and, something to drink. He probably upchucked that, because his body just wasn't used to having all that food. And that's the sad thing. That's why even if he had gotten to the hospital in the last couple days, it might not have helped, because it is so hard to, not shock the system with actually adding nutrition again. The body is confused. It's a tragedy.
I was distracted because I was in the middle of stuff with court.
But not so distracted that you can say, well, the unresponsiveness is probably fake, but I see what you mean.
Like, I don't know I don't know what was going on when that was sent. I honestly don't.
Mr. Johnson asked you about the hot sauce that you ordered, and we saw the bottles of hot sauce. Those weren't just ordered from Meijer, were they?
No,
You had to special order those, didn't you?
on Amazon, yes, sir.
I think you said the reason that you couldn't just get those from Meijer for your grocery delivery things is because they just didn't have hot sauce, right?
No, they didn't have that type of hot sauce.
That type of hot sauce.
Yes, sir.
Okay. How did you conclude that that was the type of hot sauce that Timothy, how do I put this, both loved and got to be used as a punishment?
Because the hot sauce that I had and the ones that I could access on the apps, he loved those hot sauces, so.
So you had to go out of your way to find one even hotter, one that he didn't like.
Yes, sir.
Makes perfect sense.
And the hot sauce started as Paul's idea?
Yes, sir.
How do you come up with the idea to do hot sauce if Timothy likes hot sauce?
Well, he said that I guess he'd read something, if I remember correctly. The conversation's not, it's vague at best, but from what I remember, he'd said something about, he'd read something about something really hot, some new something. He's like, oh, this might be an idea to do it with a sauce that he doesn't like.
So you test.
So wait a minute, because we have seen Paul, and you decided to take wisdom from that doofus? You were like, no, that's a great idea. Thank you, Pinky. I mean, what in the Pinky and the Brain redonkulousness is going on? And that's an insult to Pinky and the Brain, because, I mean, at least they had interesting ideas that didn't, well, generally didn't hurt anyone but Brain.
Tested out other hot sauces before you got to that point, and because he didn't react, you figured, let's just keep increasing the heat? Is that it?
No, I mean, I don't remember how many I ordered, but I just went with something that was hotter than what I could get.
So you tried to punish him with a lower hot sauce, but he doesn't respond. So then you increase how hot it is,
I
right?
didn't try with the lower because I already knew he liked the lower hot sauce.
So how did it even occur to you to be a punishment to find one even hotter then? How is that even a punishment if he likes hot sauce? He never liked even the hot sauce, did he?
Huh? Yes, he did. He ate spicy food.
There's a difference between spicy food and soaking a piece of bread so that the capsaicin and all of the heat producing, compounds stay in your mouth, stay in your stomach. There's a difference. There's a difference between adding it to your food. I personally don't like spicy foods, but there are a lot of people that like it, but it's because it's an addition to the food, unless you're Runkle or Nick on a Wheel of Regret.
You heard Paul's testimony yesterday,
I did.
and you heard him say that he never wanted to eat those slices of bread with the hot sauce on it, didn't you? You heard that testimony.
That's what I heard him say, yes.
And your response to that in a lot of these text messages was make sure you use even more hot sauce than you did before, right?
If that's what you say the text messages say.
Oh, you just read the one that said he can have 4, and then he can wait 30 minutes, and then he can have some without hot sauce on it. You read that one, right?
Yes, sir.
But again, you don't remember sending that text message.
No, sir.
But aliens didn't take a hold of your phone and take over your body or anything like that, did they?
No, sir.
No. Mr. Johnson didn't ask you, so I'll just go ahead and ask you. You used a number of other physical methods of punishing Timothy, didn't you?
Defined number.
Yeah, okay, fine. 2. You made him do wall sits.
One time, and that was Paul's suggestion as well. He said, this
Oh.
used to drive me crazy. I guess he said that, Paul said that his dad and stepmom had used that as a punishment with him. And so we decided to give it a try, and Timothy could have cared less.
He what? He could not have cared less?
No,
So being made to stand as if there's no support under your legs, he was okay to do that?
I mean,
How long did you have him do it for?
a couple of minutes.
A couple of minutes?
Sure, Jan.
When was that?
I don't remember, honestly.
And running the stairs.
Yes, sir.
You had him do that a lot, didn't you?
I wouldn't say a lot, it was some.
In fact, there's one text exchange in here where you talk about make sure that he does it a lot, even if it's raining and cold outside, right?
That's what the text says, yes, sir.
And Paul talks about doing it chasing style at one point, where he chases him up and down the stairs, right?
Yes, sir.
And the stairs we're talking about are outside.
Yes, sir.
They're not inside.
No, they're out back.
So cold, rainy, yep, go run.
This, above anything, really touched my soul. Now, I have mobility issues, and one of my big fears is falling, because falling for me can mean a lot of different things than it can mean for normal people, and my body doesn't always react the way it used to. So the terror that I can imagine Timothy felt, not being coordinated, having mobility issues, being underfed, and having someone run after him while he's trying to navigate stairs is so beyond hellish that I can't imagine. I can put myself in what Timothy was feeling, and to do that to another human being, especially the child you birthed, I will just never understand it. And if we had an option to send her directly into the sun without poisoning it, I would, allegedly in Minecraft. This is why I'm not a judge and I'm just a talking redhead on the internet. Because with great power would come great smiting with Mo. In fact, I think that might be my my slogan for 2028. With great power comes great smiting. Table flipping Jesus, Mo.
Stairs outside. What did he do? What was the awful crime he had done to warrant doing that?
I don't remember, sir.
In direction to page 6011. Bottom text.
I wonder how it would feel to have that hot sauce on your private parts. I'm not saying touch them there, not at all, but dripping a little bit there, is that horrible?
Did you have to?
I know I put this out there and I know it's speculation. Again, nothing in any files, nothing in any court documentation or anything on record. There's no evidence that this actually happened, but I still contend and I put forward that there were no limitations on the depths to which Shanda would sink at this point. And I firmly believe in my heart of hearts that they did this to this poor child in his last hours. I don't think that there would be anything that would limit her, whatever twisted thing she could think of. There is a case that I do want to go into. This is kind of a segue. It is a historical case from Indiana. Gertrude Banaszewski. It is one I eventually, again, if I get an assistant or, again, I get much more functional. In future, I want to do an Indiana Weird series. But the closest person I could compare Shanda to would be Gertrude Banaszewski. She actually was one of the first women to be involved in almost a group sort of abuse of a girl in her care. It is a horrifying story. I believe that okay, don't come after me, YouTube slacktivist. I have no time for it. When Elliot Page was Ellen Page, there is a movie, and I cannot remember what the movie's name is, but if you look up Gertrude Banaszewski, it is a heartbreaking case. It is one I want to get into, but a lot of the records are very old, and I just need to go get them or pay for them to be downloaded. But it is an evil case, and that's one that I do want to cover at some point for Indiana Weird. We have a lot of weird in Indiana. We have the Sherman case where he ran a bunch of Safeways and went to, gay bathhouses, which, I mean, who cares? But he unalived a lot of men. So it was approximately a year that he was in her care, give or take a little bit. But I would say that the extreme sort of off the rails child, badness started at about 6 months. There was a 6 month period between her husband having a stroke, the loss of a second income, and possibly a limiting other adult who would have put Shanda or stopped Shanda. In that 6 month period is where things really ramped up. So about a year. Yeah, she just, again, not a doctorologist, but I think Timothy was her favorite way to unwind. If she was having a bad day, Timothy had to do wall sits or he was chased up and down the stairs. It didn't matter if he'd done something wrong or not. She would figure out a way to make sure that, she got her jollies or whatever she got out of this, to relieve stress. I do believe it was like a hobby, like crafting, like those of us who, vape or cook or bake. This was her just vibe moment. I need to self-care, in my opinion.
Ask that question.
I wouldn't think so. I don't remember that. I can't even imagine saying that.
But you did,
I know, but I can't even imagine it.
about your child, right?
Come on, Shanda, you can do it. Get it here.
Middle of an ice bath, and it lasted at least 2.5 hours at that point, right?
This heifer, this cahoot from hell can't even work out a single solitary gosh darn tear for the child that she unalived. I will never in my life get this. She has cried for herself, but she has yet to do a tear. She looked in her tissue earlier, couldn't find the tear. Acting classes while you're in prison, Shanda. Drama lessons.
What, are you asking if I said that?
I'm asking you if you said that when your child was in an ice bath for 2.5 hours at that point in time, because this is 4:25 in the afternoon, and you're watching on the camera from work and texting with Paul about what he's supposed to be doing with him in the tub, right?
I mean, if that's what was, I don't remember. If that's what it says, I'm not arguing that. I'm not trying to argue that. I'm just saying I don't know.
It just popped in your head today. Yeah, I wonder what hot sauce on your private parts would be like. That.
I have no idea where it came from. I have no idea.
Did you ever try that hot sauce?
No, I don't like food as spicy as Timothy.
Okay.
About the hottest I can handle is jalapeno cheddar Cheetos.
I'm with you.
I give two rats rah-rahs, less than that. What you can tolerate and what you can't tolerate. In my opinion, Shanda, your tolerations, your likes and dislikes have ruled and ruined so many lives that I really don't give a crap anymore. And I hope that you I hope you get bologna sandwiches with tapatio.
There, I can't handle hot sauce either. So you never even, but administering it as a punishment multiple times, you thought was okay without even trying it yourself first.
Yes, I have a very weak stomach, and so I didn't want to throw up.
Let's talk about the ice maker for a second. People's 31 and People's 32.
Yes, sir.
You recognize that as the ice maker?
Yes, sir. It's the countertop ice maker.
Right. You said it makes about 1.5 cups of ice?
Yes,
is that
sir.
right? This is 1.5 cups of ice in your mind?
No, I measured it. I actually used it to, you can get, I don't know if you've ever had a frappe from McDonald's, but Walmart sells a powder mix that you add milk and ice to, and it's really good, and it's only like $1 instead of $3.
When in the foggy hell did we step into a great value Frappuccino commercial? Shanda, you are actively making me never want to buy a Frappuccino thing from Walmart because I don't want to be associated with you. That being said, again, this tangent is not relevant. But I'm glad we know that you got your coffee drink while you were starving your child. That's important.
$3 at McDonald's, and so it calls for, for some reason I want to say it actually calls for more than 1.5 cups, but that's all I could get at. But yes, that's in a measuring cup, like a sitting up measuring cup. It's 1.5 cups. That's all it does.
And the, I think your testimony earlier was you didn't know that ice was being used. Is that right?
As far as
in the
what?
cold baths.
Not unless it was specified. I mean, there
And
was
who would
there was
specify,
sometimes where it said
sweetheart?
cold and sometimes where it said ice. I didn't say I didn't know it was being used.
Okay.
It was if it was cold, it was supposed to be just cold.
Oh, well, that makes it better.
But all you would use would be the ice that you get out of that ice maker. You wouldn't make any more ice and put it away and
No.
store it up so we could have extra for the next.
Shanda, I thought you were supposed to be a lawyer-like person. Now, I don't know if you know this, and it's a bit subtle or ham-fisted, if you will, but he probably has evidence that you bagged and stored ice for these ice baths. So would you like to pre-consider your answer?
Next day, would you?
Not that I remember ever doing. No.
Okay.
I don't remember. It's hard to remember.
23. Read that. Those are all your text messages.
Oh yeah, I know, but I wasn't nice tonight either. Made me feel horrible. But no way was he getting away with that crap. Let him know that if he tries to sleep at all, he'll get another ice bath sometime before you leave for work and another when I get home. And I said, might want to toss the ice that is made into some Ziploc bags in the freezer tomorrow for if we need a bunch more.
You want to change your earlier answer?
No, because we never did it. Not that I mean, you can ask Paul, you can recall him, but I don't remember ever tossing it.
But your suggestion.
We've established you don't remember jack crap diddly squat crap spackle. So, and Paul as a reliable narrator, I'd have better luck asking, the Mad Hatter what the hell happened in the last couple, Alice in Wonderland movies. Those were a fever dream. I mean, they were okay, but still a fever dream.
To him was, hey, we need to be ready to make more ice and using the ice baths, right?
That's what the text message said, but we never saved the ice.
So that was your intention.
So I love how this is a perfect representation of how Shanda lived her life. Up top on the surface, controlled, calm, nothing's getting to her, but you can visibly see the shaking of her hands. This is not going the way she wanted. She assumed, again, with her inability to understand how she's perceived, that everyone was going to be on her side. She was a struggling, suddenly single mom, that relied on her husband and had children. The problem with that is that I bet I can ask any random person from the chat, and their parents, their guardian, their mom, whoever watched them had to walk through some bull crap because that's life. And they worked their butts off and took care of their kids. Or they did it themselves. They walked through some crud, but they always made sure that their kids had what they needed because that's what parents do. And that's the part you don't get because, again, born without a soul.
Was to have a backup plan if you needed to have more ice, right?
That's what the text says.
And that was June 27th, yes, June 27th. That was about a week before Timothy died, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's about 2 weeks after you were sent the text message with the picture that you didn't see.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Roberts?
Yes, sir.
Sidebar, please.
Sure.
I used to do this in private practice. It was always tough to take breaks during examination, but as much as I hate to do it, I think it's a good time for a break right now. We've gone over an hour and 45 minutes, so we're going to take a little bit shorter than 15-minute break, and come back at 3:30.
Trade one of the exhibits.
Oh, thank you. All right. So
I
we'll see
love
you
this
back in about
judge.
15 minutes. Please rise.
Alrighty, let's get to the state seal. Not deer. Or I think one's an elk and one's a deer. I don't know. Deer hate me for some reason. I think I shot Bambi's mom in a past life, for which I apologize. But in this life, I've never been a hunter, and I would like that to stand. And Sheraz is right. Kids, when they're in this kind of situation where there is a scapegoat, even as a child, you realize this could easily be you because, again, you kind of realize that there's no rhyme or reason as to why a parent or, Shanda picked Timothy, but they know there is that sort of internal knowledge, that very subconscious knowledge that it could very easily be you. So you work very hard to make sure that it's not you. That is a dynamic that works a lot and might be why Paul was extra susceptible to manipulation by Shanda. This is probably the first time that Shanda has ever really been nice to him, ever really treated him as a human being with feelings, thoughts, and, praise. So I can see why it would be very tempting to go along with this, but it's wrong. And Paul knew that at some level and didn't get help. And when you walk through something like this and then you inflict it on someone else, that's the worst betrayal to me because you know how it feels to be on the other end, to be a victim or a survivor of this horror, and yet you're so willing to inflict it on someone else. It's so sad.
Thank you. Ms. Vander Ark, I think we're just finishing up. I was just talking about the ice bath with you. And again, your text was, let him know that if he tries to sleep at all, he'll get another ice bath sometime before you leave for work and another when I get home. So let's break apart that sentence for just a moment if we can. And that was on March 27th. Right, so yeah, about 9 days or so before Timothy passes away. Let him know that if he tries to sleep at all, let's start there. This is at 3 o'clock in the morning. You're saying he is not allowed to go to sleep, right?
Yes, sir.
So 3 o'clock in the morning, your 15-year-old child is not allowed to be sleeping. And if he does, he gets an ice bath, right?
Yes, sir.
And he'll get another ice bath, i.e. there's already been an ice bath prior to this text being sent, correct?
No, sir, it would be one and then another, is what it says.
Okay, well, let me read it again and make sure maybe I misread it. Let him know that if he tries to sleep at all, he'll get another ice bath sometime before you leave for work and another when I get home. There's two anothers in there, isn't there?
Yes, sir.
The first another refers to the first ice bath. In other words, there's already been an ice bath, right?
I mean, I don't know. I'm not questioning what's in the text, but I don't.
This is very, very important because Shanda, because she works with the law, these people are very, very detail oriented. An entire clause in a contract can be changed by an and or an or. So, you know, choice of words, how you are talking, what words you're using, you know, what terms you're using are very important to people in the legal field. So again, she knows this. She knows exactly what she ordered Paul to do, but she's trying to wiggle out of it by I don't remember.
No.
Okay. And then sometime before Paul leaves work, he'll get another ice bath, and then another one when you get home. So 2 ice baths, in addition to the one he's already had, right?
If that's what it says.
And that's for the crime of sleeping.
I don't know what the original, whatever happened before that.
But you know what it was to get him to not do another one, right?
Yes, sir.
Let him know that
That's
if he
what it
tries
says.
to sleep at all.
That's what it says, yes, sir.
Might want to toss the ice that is made into some Ziploc bags in the freezer tomorrow for if we need a bunch more. I think that kind of speaks for itself. We'll move on. Let me show you an exchange from May 9th, 2022. This is pages 5348. 5348. Sorry, 5347. Now these are backwards. Oh, give me just a second. I apologize. Okay, start at page 5340, and this is from May 9th. I don't think you need to read the top one. That's Paul's message. Go ahead and start reading there. From May 9th, 2022.
What is daddling anyway? Please make sure Timothy goes into his room with the alarm on when you leave. I should be home not too long after you go, as long as you before you go. And please let me know where you put the alarm when you leave.
All right, let me stop you right there. This is May 9th. And again, you're referring to an alarm, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
This
Go ahead.
is, okay.
go ahead.
Because I know what
Just-
that's referring
just
to.
let's keep going. So,
KK, thanks. YW, you're welcome. I logged out of that for you, but you will not be allowed to have any devices tomorrow before work unless you manages to get everything done I assigned to M standards, which will not.
Okay, as many times as I've watched this, what the hell is M standards? The only thing I could come up with was Mordor because she reminds me of, you know, Sauron, or military standards. But either way, unless she was doing like, I don't know, look, nothing in her house was military standard. That being said, nothing in my house is military standard. So but it was gross. Look, there are things there. My house definitely has changed since I got, you know, I'm not as mobile, but it's never looked like that, and intentionally. Oh God, I'm going full Sarah Boone. Look, intentionally, we're not terrible house cleaners, but we do have 6 kids, and they do actively work against our cleanliness.
Be easy. I'm not sure what part of Timothy going nowhere but the bathroom without being watched closely, but he stole a bunch more of the Easter basket today and hid the wrappers behind the washer and dryer because he obviously wasn't washed as he should have been.
okay, so at this point on May 9th, you're saying that Timothy needs to be watched if he goes everywhere except for the bathroom, right?
He needs to be watched, yes, sir.
For committing the crime of what?
We had a combined Easter basket that year, and so I had divvied it out between everybody, and he stole some that was Gabriel with cheese, and I don't remember if it was Paul's or mine, but he'd already had.
Okay, a real mom in this situation, a real parent, might take a couple 2 pieces, but wouldn't include themselves in divvying up the candy. Again, I don't know the amount of times that there's been a last of something, you know, and my kids are like, "Oh, can I have that?" And of course I wanted, you know, the last Pop-Tart or something, but I say no, they can of course have it because again, she just doesn't have whatever it is that makes people empathetic. She doesn't have it. Because most parents, I would think, wouldn't divvy for themselves.
His portion of it.
So taking candy from an Easter basket
Thank you so
means
much.
that he gets watched and can't have any privacy anywhere except the bathroom, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, keep going.
It was a star. What part of watching Timothy closely was unclear? Sheesh.
Let me stop you right there. What
Okay.
part of watching Timothy was unclear? Why was it that you believed at that point that Paul wasn't watching Timothy?
I was correcting, it's the little star. I was correcting what, where was it? Usually if I use the star like that, it was for, to correct something that Siri messed up or something I messed up. I don't know, I'm not sure. I've only got these messages, I'm not sure.
Okay, but the part that you read there said what again?
What part of watching Timothy closely was unclear? Sheesh.
Okay, so you were upset at that point that Paul wasn't watching Timothy closely enough, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the only way you would know that Paul wasn't watching Timothy closely enough is if you were also watching Timothy closely enough, correct?
I don't know at that point. I don't know if somehow I found out about the Easter basket. This is, hold on. Okay, yeah, we must have been at a baseball game. It was 6:20 p.m., 6:43 p.m. So yeah, I must have been watching him from
So you're at a baseball game for G and you're watching
Checking on it,
Timothy and
yes.
Paul to make sure Paul's watching Timothy.
It was her favorite reality show. She didn't want to miss a thing. It's like she had her own, Saw game, and it's just monstrous. And the sad thing is this does show the sort of dark side of all the technology that is helping us solve these crimes, but it's also being used for such evil. I mean, there are so many cases of parents using these cameras to track their kids, to hurt their kids. It's somewhat ubiquitous now that, Ring cameras have become everyday things, and it is sad. And I guess the only silver lining is that most of these criminals are so ridiculously terrible at being criminals that they leave all the evidence behind.
Closely enough.
Yes,
Correct?
sir. Yes, sir.
Do you remember all this text exchange?
No, sir, I don't.
You don't remember this at all?
No.
Okay, go ahead. Keep reading.
Okay, there's no way that was today, Mama. Don't blame me. He
That's
literally.
Paul, right?
Yes.
I didn't mean to cut you off, but that's Paul, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
He literally never had the opportunity to steal anything. I made sure of that.
The response to that is?
When he was putting clothes on my bed, he did actually. And watch, it's ye tone with me. Should have been the, not ye.
Right. So you knew that Timothy had done something when he was putting clothes away?
Yes,
right?
sir.
And the only way you would know that is by monitoring the cameras, right?
Yes, sir. I never gave him permission to even set foot in your room. I swear he must have done it when I went to the bathroom.
Okay, keep going.
He's trying to get me in trouble here,
This
Mama.
is all Paul, right?
Yeah, this is Paul.
Okay.
And I told him to go to his room when I did. I brought him downstairs with me so his sneaky butt escaped. I watched him go into his room.
And what's your response there?
I said he said he never asked, but I've mentioned before you need to take him downstairs when you go to the bathroom so he can't escape.
All right,
Yes.
Let me just, I think we can stop there.
Escape. Interesting word.
You don't remember sending these text messages?
No, sir.
No memory from this time period?
No, sir.
Because of all the blackouts, all the tunnel vision, all the PTSD, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. He said he never asked, but I've mentioned before you need to take him downstairs when you go to the bathroom so he can't escape. That was what you said, though, right?
Yes, sir.
You actually used the phrase escape in relation to your 15-year-old child,
Apparently, yes, sir.
as if he was some prisoner.
No, sir.
Well,
How
who else needs
so?
to escape but a prisoner? I'll withdraw that.
Mic drop. No, don't withdraw it, sir. Keep that on the record, for the record, and run the record back Daryl Brooks style. Keep it on the record.
May 9th, right?
Yeah, that's what it said.
You don't remember that at all?
No, sir.
When was Mother's Day 2022?
I don't remember, honestly.
If I told you it was May 8th, would you have reason to doubt that?
No, sir, not at all. I believe you.
Mr. Johnson was asking you, and you were very eager to tell him about something that you remembered happening on sometime just after Mother's Day, right?
Correct.
That Timothy got on a scale and weighed 108 pounds.
104.
104 pounds.
So I want you guys to really think about this. So on Mother's Day, on May 8th, he weighed 104 pounds. When he was found in July, when he was no longer living, he was 69 pounds. So from May to July, I really want you to think about this. Now, I don't trust this heifer as far as I could Matilda throw her like Miss Trunchbull. But if that's what really happened, then that is horrifying. To think of this, if this is what Shanda is saying, and I don't think she understands how horrific this is, but if you sit down and think that he was 104 pounds on May 8th and he was found less than 2 months later at 69 pounds, it really makes you think, what the hell were they doing to this child? And she doesn't get that if you have a juror like me who thinks like me, this is done. You have now, I didn't like you beforehand. I severely do not want to listen to you anymore.
So I'm glad you corrected me. I wrote it down as 104 pounds, right? It's amazing your memory is that good that you can remember what your son weighed sometime after May 8th, but you can't remember talking about having him escape. Would you care to explain that to the jury?
Yes, sir. That happened with the PTSD, with everything else that was going on. I would, especially when I got stressed, it would, the tunnel vision, and I mean, I can't, for lack of a better term, blacking out. Pretty much any time my stress level went up, and it wasn't up that day that we did weighed the dog.
So you can't remember all of these text messages about the ice baths and the hot sauce and the zip ties and the handcuffs, but you remember over 18 months ago that your son weighed 108 pounds sometime after Mother's Day of 2022, correct?
104, yes, sir.
104.
Well,
You got it down. You're right. 104 pounds.
Well, he made a comment that just, things like that will stick out to me sometimes. And when he couldn't pick the dog up, bear in mind, this is a service dog in training, so he's used to getting commands. And Timothy, I remember he put his hands on his hips and looked at Sharma and said, "Next time you get to pick me up." And the dog tilted his head like.
See, here's the thing, and I've noticed this because, again, things like this, the way people act, it's kind of like a puzzle to me. I can geek out trying to figure out this. If I were telling this story, you guys know my youngest feral stories are kind of famous or infamous, you decide. I tend to smile. I tend to be really happy because, and this, she doesn't smile. Like, that was kind of cute. You know, I would probably say, okay, so Timothy and I were in the restroom and, you know, I'm trying to have him pick up this puppy that weighs more than him. And he put his hands on his hips and he was like, "Next time you have to pick me up." That's how a normal mom would act. She wouldn't say, because we've seen her smile. When she talks about her youngest son, she smiles. She can't even give a good-ish memory about Timothy without being stone-faced and not even expressing any joy. It's that disconnect. It's just, it's so incredibly confounding to me. I've always wanted to go back to school to try to figure out how people think, but I realize that even people that go to school for years and years can't figure out how people think. So I'll just sit here and not have to take tests.
I don't understand that command, and that struck me. It sticks in my head. I don't know why, but that sticks in my head.
What day was it?
I don't know what day of the week it was, sir. It was during the week.
But how long after Mother's Day was it then?
I don't remember, sir. I know, the reason I know it was after Mother's Day is because Mom, my mother-in-law, for probably the last 4 or 5 years, as a Mother's Day gift, has given me cherry tomato plants and then miniature cucumber plants, and I keep them in like plant bags. I normally have a black thumb, I admit it, but I've managed to keep these alive pretty well.
Again, the audacity and the complete lack of awareness that her bragging that she kept plants alive when she is on trial for the, taking of her son's life, I know I'm a black thumb, but I actually managed to keep the chia pet alive. Oh, what about your kid? Hit or miss. Again, she doesn't understand how completely off-putting and jarring these sort of statements are to a normal person.
And I had just, when I came upstairs to weigh the dog, I had just gone downstairs and checked on my plants. So the plants were outside then, so I know it was after Mother's Day, I just don't know when.
Plants never missed a feeding then, did they?
Objection, Your Honor. Argument.
Hells yes. Yes. This is the kind of snark. Again, did you look at Shanda like, Judge? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor, for saying what we all wanted to say. I know it was argumentative. I know it was snarky, but you said what everyone thinks. And again, Shanda, we all read you for filth. Don't look at the judge.
What's argumentative about it? She's proud of herself and keeping plants alive.
You fight for this.
Mr. Roberts, it's an irrelevant question, so sustain.
So your testimony is Timothy.
Okay, dang it, Judge. Why you always have to be so fair? Come on. The Court of Petty allows this. The Court of Petty encourages this. Oh my God, Hollywood, give me my own TV court show. Look, I mean, let me be a judge. The Court of Mo, oh my God.
At 104 pounds sometime after May 9th, correct?
Yes, sir.
That doesn't look anything like 104 pounds, does it?
No, sir.
And that's not even a month, that's barely a month after May 9th, isn't it?
Yes, sir. I lose weight very quickly. I'm assuming you got that from me.
And again, the response to this was give him red, right?
If that's what the text message says, yes, sir.
Mr. Johnson asked you about the some text messages back and forth between you and Paul during the ice bath the last day, the day before Timothy died. And you were observing that ice bath from work, right?
I
Yeah.
glanced in on it. I wasn't observing the whole time. I couldn't.
You weren't observing the entire time?
Not the entire time. I glanced in on it.
She glanced in on it. She wasn't watching it, but she knew when Timothy would lean his head back or try to relax, to the point where she's like, don't let him get comfortable. So sure, she was just skimming.
Whenever you'd send a text message, you were also looking at the camera, weren't you?
No, I wanted Paul to think I was.
Mr. Johnson asked you if you remember the text about, honestly, tell me if you think this is all fake. Remember that?
Vaguely.
You vaguely remember that text?
Yes, sir.
So you can remember the text where it tries to provide you with a defense to this, but you can't remember any of the horrible things that you did to Timothy. Is that your testimony here today?
I don't have any control over what I can remember and what I don't, sir.
You recall Paul's testimony yesterday about what he did in response to that photograph that he sent you about saying we really need to feed him, Mama? I think we actually need to feed him, I believe is the actual text.
Yes, sir. I remember his testimony.
And what was his testimony?
That he gave him peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, and I guess he cooked him some eggs.
That was the first time you'd heard about that, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
And that was not his instructions, was it?
No, sir, but that was fine. I had no problem with that.
Well, why
Sure.
did you just tell him to make him some eggs in the first place then?
Because I didn't think of it. I was in the middle of something.
I think we actually need to start feeding him, and the only thing you can come up with, instead of Paul thinking to give him scrambled eggs, is give him some bread. That's all you could think of.
It's, I mean, I don't know. I was in the middle of something. I wouldn't have thought of eggs anyway, not in the middle of the day.
You said that you would, the punishments, and I guess this 3 o'clock in the morning one about not letting him sleep or he gets an ice bath, so he's got to be awake at 3 o'clock in the morning. You said that was because he would keep you guys up in the middle of the night or wake you up in the middle of the night?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Can you, and again, you did really well on the logic and reasoning portion of the LSAT exam.
Oh, no,
Can
I'm
you explain
waiting.
the reasoning behind keeping somebody awake when they're keeping you awake?
To show them how it feels.
But they're already awake, aren't they?
It made sense to me, sir. That's, now that you ask it, but it doesn't seem to make sense, but it made sense to me at the time.
You didn't actually mean that as punishment. That was just out of spite. You were just angry with Timothy for keeping you awake,
Yeah.
weren't you?
Pretty
No, it was
much.
meant as a punishment, sir.
No.
But it's also a punishment for yourself because you have to stay awake as well, don't you?
I don't sleep much anyway, but yes, sir.
Or Paul has to stay awake, right?
Yeah, well, a guilty conscience, if you had a soul, would keep you awake.
Yes, sir. Paul's an insomniac as well.
You testified that you gave Timothy a warm bath the night before he passed away, that last night, July 5th. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
That was the first time you've told anybody connected to this case that you'd done that, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
You never
The
told the police
magical
officer
warm
you did that,
bath.
did you?
No, sir.
I imagine a warm bath sounds just like, it's just what it sounds like, right? You got him, you took him to the bath, you drew a warm bath for him, and you put him in the bathtub, right?
Yes, sir.
This is hours before he dies, right?
Yes, sir.
You look like that when you put him in the bathtub?
And the Razzie goes to Shanda. I saw better acting on Catwoman and Waterworld and was it, oh gosh, what was the big one with John Travolta as an alien and, oh God, Planet Escape Earth or something? I don't know. I actually kind of liked the movie, not gonna lie, but it was god awful. That being said, this was worse than, well, all the awful movies. Shanda, take drama lessons in prison, because, sweetheart, if you ever want to sell anything, this is not the acting that's working for you. Again, notice there's no liquidy sound. She's faking. Now, what I will say is that we are going to go through this little break where she pretends to have a panic shock horror, event. Basically, the state is going to confront her because, let's hear this. Apparently, she has seen these pictures before and they have video evidence of it. It's on camera. Shanda, isn't it funny when the technology you use as a weapon becomes, well, the shackle around your ankle that's going to keep you in prison? It is ironic. Where is Alanis Morissette?
Ms. Vander Ark, you feel well enough to continue, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's bring the jury out. Please rise. You may be seated. Mr. Roberts, you can continue.
Thank you. Before we get back to the question I originally asked Ms. Vander Ark, you just obviously had quite a visual reaction there to the jury, a physical reaction in front of the jury looking at those photographs. That's not the first time you've seen these photographs, though, is it?
No, sir.
In fact, you sat in this very courtroom not even a week ago on Friday when we had a hearing about those photographs and looked at those photographs, didn't
I
you?
did not look at them last week, sir.
You didn't look at them last week?
No, sir, I did not.
But you've looked at them before, haven't you?
I think it was at the prelim, and I gagged that day too. It just wasn't as bad.
Didn't throw
God,
up.
I wish you were
No,
gagged
it wasn't
right
as-
now.
So if there's video from that hearing that we had last week where you thumbed through the photographs, including the autopsy photos without vomiting, do you just not remember that as well?
We didn't
Liar says what?
have the autopsy. We didn't have those photos over at our table, sir.
I don't
It won't be
remember.
on the video, I can promise you that.
Well, then I'll return to my original question. Those 3 photographs depict your son hours after you supposedly put him in a warm bath. Did he look like that when you put him in the warm bath, but for the fact that he was alive?
I did not look at him, sir. He was 15. I tried to give him his privacy. It may sound lame, but I intentionally look away. That's why Paul did most.
Bull hockey. Are you kidding me? You had a camera focused on him in the bathtub so he couldn't relax. You had a camera so he took 1 minute to pee and 2 to, number 2. You did not give this boy any privacy. So spare me. Spare me.
Most of his baths is because he's 15 and I didn't think that was appropriate.
So you didn't put him in the bathtub.
No, he was already in the tub. I just looked.
Did you get him out of the tub?
I don't remember. I think so. Later that night, I would assume so.
Later that night, how long was he in the tub?
Well, night to me is any time after work. So
Okay. How long was he in the tub?
I don't think it was long after I got home, but I don't know.
And again, you didn't tell the police officers this when they talked to you about what had happened the night before, did you?
I don't remember, apparently I didn't.
Well, so you don't remember what you told the police officers?
I remember part of it, but, I mean, if you say I didn't tell them, then I trust your word there.
If you told the police officers that you noticed he was skinny, so you made him some bread and put some butter on it and watched him eat 3/4 of it and then sent him to bed, does that refresh your recollection about what you told the officers?
I mean, I hear what you're saying, I don't remember saying it, but
So you don't remember saying those things to the police officer?
no, sir.
And those things clearly didn't happen, did they?
No, sir.
How did he get into his room that night?
I don't remember, sir.
Last page of the text messages. You can go ahead and read that very top text message, please.
Now, this is important because I believe at some point right before or as the trial had started, the state was able to either recover or do some sort of computer magic and get the actual video of Shanda dragging this young man on the night of his death. And basically her last statements to him. It is heartbreaking. The judge decided that it could only be used to refresh her memory, as the defense hadn't had a chance to do anything with it. But he will get into it. Basically, the judge was very fair with this, although I would like him to bring everything prejudicial in against Shanda. The defense really didn't have a chance to prepare for this, and it's very prejudicial. The video basically shows her dragging Timothy back to his closet, laying him down, and then as he's sort of doing agonal breathing or sort of that death rattle that you hear, she closes his mouth because he was breathing through his mouth and essentially says, paraphrasing here, see, you don't need to breathe through your mouth, you dummy. Yes, those were the last words that this monster said to her child. There, you don't need to breathe through your mouth, dummy.
Please set your alarm for 6 a.m. I ended up dragging him back to his small room because I wasn't going to risk him having access to the tub or other things overnight. He's still trying to be stupid, but I will tell you more tomorrow while I take you to work, describing how many different ways I proved that he's still faking. He's still doing it, though. It's beyond ridiculous.
He was faking, y'all. Faking.
I ended up dragging him back to his small room because I wasn't going to risk him having access to the tub or other things overnight. Plan was for him to sleep in the bathroom, wasn't it?
I don't remember, sir. I mean, I know that in the text message, but if that's what the text message says.
Okay.
And he was faking.
And you had to
guys.
drag him back to the small room. Again, the small room being the closet, right?
Yes, sir.
Supposedly that he wanted to sleep in.
Yes, sir.
But you had to drag him there. Why was that?
Well, dragging, I mean, that could be anywhere from grabbing hold of an arm and because someone's not being cooperative. That can be a range of things, sir. So I don't know what I was referring to there.
Ah.
You've seen the video, haven't you?
No, sir. I haven't seen any videos.
Do you need your memory refreshed about him getting back in the small room that night?
Oh, please
No,
do
sir.
it.
I mean, like I said, I'll take the.
Do
I don't remember
it.
actually doing it.
Did you physically pull
I am so ready for a Mortal Kombat. What was the guy's name that would always say, finish her or finish him, and then fatality? I want to say Shang Tsung or Shang Tzu, but I know that's wrong. And I think that might be from Kung Fu Panda, although I think that was Sifu. But I need a Mortal Kombat clip that has like, finish her. I love that I have super ADHD today. Again, apologize for all the tangents, but it was a hell of a night.
him into the room that night?
Yes, sir. I mean,
And did you push him down onto the ground so that he was laying and facing the camera?
if that's what it shows, then yes, sir.
And did you position his face towards the camera?
If that's what it shows,
And did you tell him that he owes you the biggest apology on the face of the earth and then maybe he can get out to go to the bathroom?
if that's what it shows, sir, I don't remember.
And did you return a little while later because he had rolled over away from the camera so that you couldn't see him on camera?
If that's what it shows, I don't remember any of this.
Did you tell him you don't need to open your mouth every time you breathe, dummy, and then hold his mouth shut?
I don't know what I said, sir. I mean, I'll take your word for that's what the video
Oh, you don't have to
says.
take my word for it. Let's play the video for it.
Oh, please play the video. Oh, this state prosecutor is like me. He's like, fatality. There is no justification to what this woman did. And it breaks my heart, my soul, that this young man didn't have one person show him respect, kindness, and dignity in his last hours. It is the biggest betrayal of everything that humanity is. Every act of human kindness, every act of goodness, everything in the light, every promise that a mother makes when she finds out she's pregnant. It is such a betrayal of everything I hold dear. And God, I hope you are fed the same things that you fed Timothy. And I don't generally wish this because this is kind of bad. And I am the world's worst Christian, so I think I'll get away with it. I hope that you know the same coldness, terror, isolation, fear, panic, and confusion that Timothy felt in his last hours every moment. And on that last breath, when you're welcomed into eternal damnation, I hope you are terrified, alone, scared, and feeling everything that Timothy did. If it were in my power, you would experience everything you did to Timothy. But it's not. You benefit greatly from the fact that we are a civilized country that believes in due process. Because boy, howdy, man, would I have my huckleberries if we weren't. Allegedly in Minecraft, do not do violence in the real world. It is bad. These have been the disclaimers given by Mo.
Sir, that's not necessary. If that's what you're saying it shows, I believe you. I'm
So
not,
you're acknowledging that the night before Timothy died, hours before he died, you dragged him, looking like that, back into his small room, positioned him in front of a camera, told him he owed you an apology, then came back later because he rolled over away from the camera and held his mouth closed and said, see, you don't have to open your mouth when you breathe, dummy? You're acknowledging you did those things.
if that's what the camera shows, yes, sir.
You didn't put him in a warm bath that night, did you?
Yes, sir, I did.
No, you
But you had to
didn't,
drag
you
him away from it?
cunt.
If that's what it says, I know that I know he had a hoodie on.
He had a hoodie in the bathtub?
You said
This is the moment she knew. Again, she's been doing little glances over to the jury the entire time. At this moment, this is when she knew. This is when it really sunk in that no one is going to buy this because there is no justification to the last things she said to her son was, you owe me an apology. And you might get to go to the bathroom if you do. And then you don't have to breathe through your mouth, dummy. Unfucking believable. The audacity of this woman.
the locks on the refrigerator were there because he got into the refrigerator, and if I heard your testimony correctly, he ate a pound of frozen ham.
Marcy, so I have done some digging on this. I want to know why the quote-unquote dad just handed Timothy over to this monster. Whatever happened to the quote-unquote dad? Was he ever charged for giving her custody when she wasn't supposed to have it? As far as I know, all of the family court stuff from Oklahoma is sealed. I have looked, but there have been no statements either kind of on Reddit or in mainstream media kind of stuff. So legacy media or independent YouTube of the biological father ever coming forward. Now, as far as I know, he was not charged and he has never spoken publicly. So the rationale for giving Timothy back to Shanda is has never really been explained. He didn't show up for the sentencing. He didn't give a victim's impact statement. Now, reading between the lines in some of the things that the older siblings who did give a victim impact statement, the family was chaotic. I don't know if it was both the father and Shanda that were sources of chaos, tension, and, all the things that DCS would get it in touch with. But it does seem like this was a frequent, these people were frequent flyers with, social services. And My gut feeling is there is something very, very wrong because it is very rare that a mother will lose custody of of any children because family courts are so very, big on the maternal bond. So whatever she did was extreme enough that both a judge and social workers were willing to fight for her to have her parental rights terminated.
Hamburger?
Yes, sir. That was back.
And a bag of chicken nuggets?
A frozen bag of chicken nuggets, yes, sir.
And frozen hamburger?
Yes, the hamburger was not frozen, it was refrigerated.
But frozen chicken nuggets?
Frozen chicken nuggets and raw bacon.
And raw bacon?
Yes, sir.
Frozen raw bacon?
No, it was in the refrigerator.
The frozen stuff was the chicken.
The chicken nuggets, that was the only frozen.
Did you think he had an affinity for frozen food?
I didn't know the only thing he ate frozen was the chicken nuggets.
Is that why you sent a text message to Paul while he was in the ice bath at 3:43 that afternoon and said, "Oh, okay, crazy thought. Tell him if he actually sits up by himself and stays sitting up, he will get some pizza rolls. Don't tell him it's only 2, and I'm okay if they are frozen rather than cooked." Why'd you send that text message?
I don't know.
Don't remember that one either?
And Shanda, just for the record, pizza rolls are not pre-cooked, but chicken nuggets are flash fried, so the chicken isn't raw. I mean, you do have to heat them. I don't recommend eating them frozen, but from all the packages in my own home that I inspected, they do caution you not to eat them uncooked, but they are partially or fully cooked when you get them. So, Shanda, you are so dumb.
No, sir.
So you're not worried about him eating frozen pizza rolls if he sits up?
If that's what it says.
You've heard it read several times.
Yes,
You're not
sir.
doubting that's what it says, right?
Yes, sir.
Just another one of those memories that you just gone from your head, right?
Yes, sir.
So when you told Detective Peasky that the reason the locks were on the refrigerator is because he would get into them and he'd leave the doors open, that was a lie, wasn't it?
No, that was awesome.
I don't believe so. I believe they might. Look, I've forgotten, but I do know that chicken nuggets are fully fried. I believe they might be par fried, but it's still disgusting. To be fair, cold pizza rolls sound really, really gross to me. So, ugh. I don't know why. The frozen chicken nuggets, I'm like, it's not my jam, but I'm not going to go nuts if someone does it. But the frozen pizza roll, I'm like, ugh. It really is annoying, but you can tell by her body language and everything, she knows she's lost this. She knows that there is just no way that anyone is going to get this. Even in her very, very stunted ability to understand how she is appearing or presenting, she does realize that the entire room is against her now. Woohoo! I am an everyday genius. Menza, expect my call.
So true, he did that as well.
How does putting locks on fix that problem?
He can't get into it then, so it doesn't get left open. You
Oh,
know,
so
he was the only
so
one.
you admit that he was not allowed access to the refrigerator or the freezer or to the pantry?
As far as, the refrigerator, freezer, after we put the locks on.
He couldn't get into them, could he?
No, not after that.
And the pantry had an alarm on it as well, didn't it?
No, it didn't.
Yeah? We'll move on. We can circle back to that one. Let's talk about some
Not
of the
circle
other things
back.
you told Detective Peasky. You told Detective Peasky that long after the stroke happened in January, Timothy went on a hunger strike. That was a lie, wasn't it?
Not long after, and no, that was not a lie, that was the truth.
He went on a hunger strike.
Yes, sir, he did. It wasn't,
How do you remember? Because you must have been stressed out that your son was on a hunger strike. I mean, if you cared about your son, which is facts not in evidence, but how are you going to remember that when you were all like gray foggied out?
immediately, but it was within a few days.
And a hunger strike is refusing to eat, right?
Yes, sir.
So he's refusing to eat food not long after your husband has a stroke, right?
Yes, sir.
Then you don't need to put locks on the refrigerator and the freezer, do you? If he's refusing to eat.
he stopped. He actually, he started eating again.
He started eating again, so then you decided he's been on a hunger strike, he's eating again, so now we better lock up the food.
No, I did
Makes sense.
the locks to protect him because he could have killed himself eating the chicken nuggets.
I've always wondered here if she was crying because the chicken nuggets almost took her job of taking her son out. I know it's a really dark thought, but it almost seems like she would have been more upset if the chicken nuggets had taken Timothy rather than her. It has always struck me as the weirdest damn thing. Ronan, he was 15, and the tragedy in this story is that he was denied food. When he was found, he weighed 69 pounds. Now that's below even the first percentile on like the growth weight chart that, doctors would use at mostly well child checks. So like the yearly annual check that you take a child to, he was at below 1%. He was fully emaciated. I mean, if you picture the people who were liberated from camps at World War II, that's what he looked like. Now, I will say that the judge and the state in this case, and most likely defense, all worked very hard not to have any of these emaciated pictures of Timothy, in the public domain. They made sure that when they were given to the jury, they were paper copies. Even the state, if you go back and look, when he has to show a picture, he hands it over face down, and then the witnesses are really good at keeping it either out of view or out of the way of the camera. So I was really impressed with everyone working to give Timothy the dignity that his mother did not.
I didn't put the locks on after he did the hamburger or the bacon, but the chicken nuggets, it was raw chicken.
No, it wasn't, you
Chicken
stupid
nuggets are
cunt.
cooked, aren't they? They're pre-cooked.
Tell her.
Are they? I didn't even think about that.
But it's okay if he has a frozen pizza.
Jumping giblets and ham baskets. This woman has worked up an almost tear over some damn chicken nuggets. She couldn't cry. She could barely, upchuck when she saw her son. She could barely cry when she talked about finding him dead. But the chicken nuggets, that's where it gets her. She's, as my son would say, it's the nuggets.
Pizza roll or two if he sits up, right?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh. Who wipes their nose like that? Okay, look, there are very few things after having 6 children that ick me out now. I have been inoculated to grossness of children. But the one thing that continues to horrify me and will give me the full body heebie-jeebies is when someone takes their hand, usually it's the smallest child, and wipes their I wanna bathe in Purell. It is, and usually I correct like, hey sweetie, how about we, hand sanitize your hand and I'll show you how to use a Kleenex. But the way she blows her nose makes me think she was one of those kids that did the snot up to the hair gel, like Sarah Boone. So, ugh.
February 18th, 2022. Find out what he has snuck right the heck now.
I'm not so scared about the raw hamburger. It's the raw bacon. Because, people will eat steak tartare. And it's the bacon that I would think would be a possible parasite vector, but I don't know.
Because I know he has snuck all stuff since you weren't doing what you were supposed to. What do you mean you didn't know he was awake? You both should have been awake at 10:30. I am not happy. You know he wasn't just sitting there. Check the brownies in the kitchen. Check everything not locked away. Check where the flipping keys have been. So starting February, you had to lock up all the food. Make sure he's not getting into the brownies, right?
All of the food was never locked. There's no pictures of it, but one of the lower cupboards had quite a bit of canned food in it. And he actually would get into that and eat stuff out of cans as well. But there was
He was starving, you oblivious, maniacal, and callous cahoot.
never a lock on that lower cupboard. I don't know if I know they took pictures of it because I showed it to them.
So he had access to one cupboard of food?
The pantry wasn't locked the whole time, I know that.
But there were
The
times
whole
the pantry
time.
was locked or had an alarm on it, wasn't there?
There was no alarm, I never got one for the pantry. I don't I mean, I've heard the text messages. I don't remember there being a lock on the pantry, but I've heard them.
228, check his breath. I can almost guarantee he's eaten something. He was chewing on something when he walked downstairs. You and I will be talking about this on a later date when we're both home. Paul's response, yes, he grabbed some chips. I know. So he wasn't allowed to eat chips on 228 at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Couldn't have some chips, right?
I mean, I don't know what happened in that situation.
Well, you didn't say, make sure he didn't get into the frozen chicken nuggets because it might kill him. You said, find out what he's been into, and Paul says he's been into chips, right?
That's what it says, yes, sir.
So I imagine the next text message then is, oh, great, that's fine, he can have some chips.
Well, no, the point of it was he was sneaking things. He knew better.
Couldn't have chips.
No, because you wouldn't give him food. If he asked for food, you would tell him he hadn't earned it, is my guess. Because my guess is with Shanda, he would have to earn whatever he wanted. And she would make sure if she had a pissy day, if she was upset, he would never earn that right. So your body goes down to survival mode. He was eating whatever he could find as quick as he could because he knew that you wouldn't allow him. He was terrified of you, you horrible swamp donkey.
It wasn't that he couldn't have chips. It was that
She really is from Ravensbrook, isn't
How
she?
dishonest.
How
Ravensbrook.
would he earn getting chips?
He didn't have to earn them. All he had to do was ask.
Sure, Jan.
I was trying to teach him not to sneak. He snuck. It wasn't just food. He would sneak in the garage. He would sneak toys. He
didn't have any toys. He didn't have any enrichment. You set him up for failure. And whatever love you managed to scrape out of your soul, you gave to your youngest child and made sure that Timothy knew that you could care less. And the very sad thing, the absolutely heartbreaking, soul-crushing thing, is that your son that you so completely destroyed, only wanted your love, was waiting for a mom that, G had, that he saw you could be. And you made it very clear that you were never going to do that for him because he didn't matter like that to you. Well, let me tell you what, Miss Shanda Vander Ark. You thought you snuffed Timothy out. You thought that, he was a problem and he was your burden to bear. Every one of us who have watched this trial will carry a part of Timothy's light with us. You might have taken, you might have thought you took his flame, but you lit a bunch of candles. And you will not be remembered for anything but a swamp donkey, but we will remember Timothy as a bright, smiling, happy boy, because that's when we got to see him in this trial. The judge brought out a happy, smiling boy, and that's how he'll be remembered. You will be infamous. He will be remembered. So screw you sideways with a cactus, ma'am.
snuck around and messed with his baby brother's homeschooling materials. I've got like flashcards and stuff for him. He messed with those and got them all out of order.
March 4th is
Shiraz, I am not sure. I will have to dig in. I will be honest with you. Housekeeping wise, I have my oldest daughter we are taking her to get settled in for college tomorrow. So, Friday, we will probably be doing sentencing. It won't be a long stream, but there is sentencing. And then this weekend, we will probably do a bit of a longer stream, maybe Saturday and Sunday, about there are some jail calls from Shanda and then the interrogation of Paul Ferguson. It is really interesting to watch. His interrogations are a lot like watching someone come out of a high control or cult group. He was very conditioned, very manipulated to see Shanda as the only sort of authority and the sole authority and giver of good advice. It's just beyond weird how he is so deferent to her. It is almost like dear leader. It is so weird.
around the time that you acknowledged that he was in zip cuffs. We talked about that a little bit earlier, but I don't think we clarified your final text message where you said, you know what? We will start cutting off the ends once they are tight, so he can't do that. Is that one of the can't remember texts too?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. March 19th, Okay, that only makes partial sense. What did he grab? LOL. Paul's response, I don't know, chips or something small he had in his pocket. Okay, tell him he just restarted his not eating again. That was you, March 19th. Tell him he's just restarted his not eating again. So he took chips. So the punishment for that is now he's not allowed to eat anything again, right?
If that's, I don't remember, sir.
Don't remember that one, okay?
So, Ronan, what was her defense? It doesn't seem to be that she didn't do things. Was it that things weren't bad and were warranted? So, what the defense tried to do and worked very hard for was sort of it wasn't quite a diminished capacity or insanity defense, but that is what they were basically going for. They were desperately looking for a psychiatrist that would affirm that she had complex PTSD with dissociative properties, that would allow her to say that she wasn't, in her full faculties every time any of this happened. So she was kind of going for a diminished capacity. And I do think that she'd set this up so Paul would be the patsy. I think in her mind, she basically said, look, I'm Shanda. I've got a law degree. I just passed first in the state in the bar exam. I'm like totally cool. Who are they going to believe did all this stuff? This awkward, ridiculous man who won't look them in the eye and has admitted to violent outburst against Timothy, or me, this overworked, newly single mom by medical tragedy. She set Paul up. Paul was the one who did a lot of things that she, asked him to by virtue of her having to be at work. So in my speculation, she had always set up Paul to be the patsy, and she was going to claim that she had diminished capacity and, not in her right mind. And she wasn't the one that ever physically did any of this. Now, she's not as smart as she thinks she is because she texted just about every one of her crimes and videoed them. But that was going to be the angle. There really is no defense to this. And the fact that you can't really do diminished capacity because in order to do insanity or diminished capacity, you have to be unaware of the rightness or wrongness of your action. And the fact that she immediately cooked up a story about him falling out of a bunk bed to lie to the police indicates that she knew what she did was wrong. So very, very interesting. I feel part of me feels very bad for Paul, but when you step over that line of being a victim to being a victimizer, I can feel sorry for what happened to you, but not accept the way that you gave it to another person.
Talking about the punishment outside, Paul says, wall sits question mark, and then you say, push him until it looked like he is about to fall over, please. That was for running up and down the stairs, wasn't it, on April 14th?
If that's what it says, yes, sir.
So you wanted Paul to run him up and down the stairs until he was ready to fall over.
That's what the text says.
What crime had he committed to warrant being physically driven until you fall over?
I have no idea, sir.
April 18th. He managed to come upstairs, yanked the locks off of both the freezer and the pantry without you noticing, and he stole a bunch of crap that squished and rattled and did all sorts of stuff, and you slept through everything. KK, no devices until tomorrow, until at least my lunch other than messaging me, which would be very little. Remember that?
I don't remember it, no, sir.
So, but if the text message said he yanked the locks off the pantry, then there were locks on the pantry as of April 18th, right?
Apparently.
$4.26, almost freaking caught him again. I want all the fruit in the fridge, freezer, or pantry, and those locked. So locking up all the food again on April 26th, correct?
Well, the cupboard still was never locked.
And what was in the cupboard?
a bunch of canned stuff. There's a bunch of cans in there.
Bunch of cans in there?
Yeah.
So you're okay with him getting into a bunch of canned stuff?
I mean, he got into it all the time.
So what, do you go to the drawer, get a can opener, open up the can, put it on the stove, warm the stuff up?
No, he didn't. He would eat it straight out of the can.
But that
It's
didn't worry you.
weird. Huh?
That didn't worry you?
Well, when I discovered it, it did, but I just never put anything on that cupboard.
So what caused this almost freaking caught him? And when all the food in the fridge and the freezer, the pantry, those locked up, April 28th.
I have no idea, sir. Without having it in there, I don't know what caused it.
It's likely related to the text before that, isn't it?
I don't know.
He keeps pulling his arms down, and that doesn't set off the camera alarm, so please watch him for that. Well, why did he have his arms up?
He was standing against the wall with his arms on his head.
Sorry, I was making sure Mr. Mo knew a couple of things. He's like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "Well, I told you I was going to have a long stream so I could give you guys this testimony before I have to go away tomorrow." But again, the fact that she denigrated this young child for trying to survive, like, ugh, he just ate it straight out of the can. Because he wasn't going to take the time to put it in a pan, heat it up, and have you probably pour the boiling, food over him. He was terrified of you. Of course he snuck it. The fact that you don't get that doesn't compute, and that you, again, want to denigrate the child. You have said not one doggone nice thing about your son. Unbelievable.
So we'd have to do that for long periods of time, right?
Stand there, but he didn't have to have his arms up the whole time, but I'd set a time limit on how long he had to have his arms up.
And you're watching or watching an alarm to make sure his arm doesn't go down, right?
From the sound of it.
The response to you about locking from
Rowan, that's not something that was ever in evidence. Now, they did the hot sauce, they did the making him get sick if he ate, food he wasn't authorized for, the wall sits, the, exercise to exhaustion. But I haven't heard that. I do know that it's a common practice. Again, the fact that I know that this is a common practice among these monster parents is not comforting to me. She has utter disdain and contempt for him. It's all over her face when she talks about him. And it does lead me to wonder if Timothy greatly resembles her first husband, if there was a lot of animosity towards him. And the reason I say that is Shanda never takes culpability or responsibility for the bad things that happen to her. It's always someone else's fault. So the fact that she lost custody, standing, and in my opinion, the biggest, blow to her with losing her children was the fact that she no longer could portray this, rock star parent who was doing all the things and, super awesome and going to school and all of that. I think she deeply blames the biological father for the fact that she lost custody. Again, this is speculation. And if I take that speculation just one tangent further and, posit that Timothy might have greatly resembled his father, which is a likelihood because, genetics, maybe that played out. But again, maybe evil doesn't need a why. I could sit here and try to rationalize why she did this and never come up with the right answer because sometimes evil's just gonna evil.
Paul about locking up the food. It's just he pulled the pantry door lock. What do you mean he just pulled it? Did he take it off? Paul says, yes, that part that attaches to the wall is dangling right now due to sticky locks. Okay, get another one on it right away. Last I saw, they were on the floor in a bag in my room. And you need to make him run up and down the stairs a ton for that, even in the cold and rain. So trying to take some food, not in his cabinet full of canned goods, and pulling the alarm, the pantry lock off, means he doesn't get food, it all gets locked away, and he has to run the stairs, even in the cold and rain, right?
Him being deceitful and sneaky.
Surviving. And dear God, I wish he had survived you. And I pray to God that your youngest son survives you because you have done a number to every single person in your family.
He was deceitful and sneaky a lot, wasn't he?
Yes, sir, he was.
Did
That
it ever
is
occur to you it's 'cause he
interesting.
was hungry?
he was that way well before there was issues, well before the stroke. I mean, we always had issues with him over that. His stepmom warned me about that.
Well before there were, you said well before there were issues. What issues?
Before his first hunger strike, before any of this, he was extremely sneaky.
Did it ever occur to you that this is not the way to deal with a person who's been on a hunger strike? Locking up their food, locking up their access to food, punishing them when they try to take food? Did that ever occur to you with your brilliant legal mind, as it was, that wasn't a good idea?
I don't know. I don't know what I was thinking.
April 27th, Timothy is no longer allowed anywhere near the fridge, freezer, or pantry, or any other place where food is. So now it sounds like he can't even get into his cabinet full of canned goods, right?
I mean, that's what it said. There was never a lock on that.
Oh, so you were just lazy.
But he wasn't allowed near it.
I mean,
Right.
if that's what it says, I don't.
That was April 27th. Just a few days before, somehow he manages to be 104 pounds, which, as we've heard from the testimony this morning, is still a good 30 pounds under average weight, right?
Well, my kids most of them are slim. Paul is 6'1" and 130. He doesn't even hit the 134 for a 5'8" person. And I lose weight extremely easily. So he at 104, he looked average.
February 14th, I may need some help with it, but I am about to get a lock for the pantry door and a lock for the fridge and both freezers. And then we won't leave any food out of those areas, and he won't have access to unlock those. Okay, Paul's response. Your response, if you disagree, please say so, but he is not going to win this. I may need some help with it, but I'm about to get a... Oh, that's the same thing.
This was a battle to Shanda. Shanda. I was like, ugh, I just hate her name. Anywhoozle. This was a battle, and Timothy would not win. Again, everything that was a cry for help for him was a combative attack to her. There are some people that will always see some negative connotation with everything that you do. They're always, again, projecting that you're plotting or, trying to stir drama when you're not. These people are exhausting. This is why Shanda has no friends, because she is exhausting. She is an emotional vampire. We all know people like this. That if you don't text, if you don't jump at their beck and call, you are the world's most horrible person. They will flip on you on a dime. You are either the best person or the absolute worst, depending on what you're doing for them. He was 68 inches, so he was 5'8", and he was 69 pounds.
So you were bound and determined that he wasn't going to win and get food without asking for permission first, weren't you? Even if that meant locking up all the food.
No, sir, I was bound to.
Michelle, I've been at work for 2 hours now. Love that you're still here. I meant to tell you earlier, love your heifer ears. Well, the heifer ears come out when there's a heifer on the stand. Thank you so much. Actually, I told Mr. Mo this was going to be a longer streaming day because I want to get this testimony done since I won't be here tomorrow. So I was like, this is going to be a long day.
Determined he would stop being deceitful and sneaky.
He is not going to win this.
Because he was being stubborn. He kept sneaking. He snuck stuff. We found out, actually, it was well before the stroke. Paul discovered it. This was before his first hunger strike. I mean, before anything. Paul went down to the downstairs bathroom one day, and I want to say it was at least 3 cupboards, if not 4 across. And I guess he'd opened one of the cupboards, and Timothy had snuck a bunch of stuff. I mean, there was wrappers and cans and all sorts of stuff. He did that. I mean, that was... I don't remember if it was before or after my oldest son's wedding, but it was around that time.
And again, your response to all of this, rather than to seek some professional help for him, because of these eating issues that he apparently has, is to restrict even further his access to food, right? And then watch his every move on a camera or with a motion sensor or with an alarm, right?
My response was to try to prevent him from being deceitful and sneaky.
April 28th, do you want to have just the one on the pants for tonight? When I leave, you will have to have both of them on so it doesn't get away with anything. So by April 28th, you were putting multiple alarms on his person, weren't you?
If that's what it says, I didn't realize I even owned more than one. I only remember ordering one.
Okay, take off the arm one, but warn him that I will count how many times he moves his arm from the camera picking it up, and he'll be doing stairs for that tomorrow. That's at 11 o'clock in the evening on 4/28. So you're watching to see how many times he moved his arm when he was in his room?
How many times he dropped his, was he in his room?
I don't know,
I
you tell me,
assume
I
he was
wasn't
up against
there.
the wall, 'cause
All I can
normally-
do is read you the text message. It says, "Okay, take off the arm one," referencing back to the alarms, "but warn him that I will count how many times he moves his arm from the camera picking it up, and he will be doing stairs for that tomorrow."
That
He's not sneaking around there, is he?
No, he was up against the wall and he was supposed to have his arms on his head for a certain amount of time.
Okay, so at 11 o'clock at night, he's supposed
Sometimes.
to be up against the wall, and you want to make sure that he knows you're going to know how many times he moves his arm, and if it's not satisfactory, he gets to do stairs for that the next day.
Yes, sir, apparently.
April 29th. What did he eat? I ate my burger already. Paul's response, he ate the crust. You remember what your response was?
I don't remember. I heard it the other day, but I don't remember sending that.
Go try to make him throw up, please. That was your response, wasn't it?
If that's what it says.
Don't remember?
No,
I'm gonna
sir.
put that one in the don't remember category?
Like I said, unfortunately, between January and the time he passed away, I don't have a lot of memories in general of Gabriel, of G, of Timothy, of Paul. I know that there's times that I went over to my in-laws' house and I don't remember a lot of that. It's not just this.
So the crime he committed here, just so we're clear, wasn't sneaking frozen chicken nuggets or a bag of chips. It was eating the crust of what sounds to be an already half-eaten burger or an eaten burger. And your response to that is go make him throw up, please.
And unfortunately and horrifically, this is another torture that a lot of parents in these types of cases will use when food is being used as a control mechanism. If the child or whoever, sneaks some food, this is a sadly common punishment that some of these parents do.
If that's what it says, and the crime was, again, it's being sneaky and deceitful. It was never about it wasn't about the food. It was because he every time we turned around, he was sneaking something. It wasn't just food. He snuck toys. Like I said, he snuck batteries.
May 5th, did Timothy work hard enough to sleep tonight so you and I can both get some sleep? He will still have to work super hard tomorrow to earn the...
What in the actual, again, ma'am, when you are mirroring the SS, do not dress like a guard at Ravensbrück or Dachau or, any of the other camps. Gosh darn it, you earn sleep. Do you realize who you're channeling? I mean, again, I know Godwin's law, but I mean, at this point, she's broken Godwin's law. She's become the avatar.
the same, but wanted to ask about tonight first. Do you want to explain how that falls in with your statement that the reason he wasn't allowed to sleep was because he would keep you guys awake?
I actually do remember that. Timothy asked if he could trade off not getting to sleep for something else, and I had him doing chores.
Oh, so you could come up with other positive
One time in that
reinforcement
sentence, so
things.
He'll just start at the end. So he had to ask for permission to sleep.
No,
Right?
this was because he had kept us up. Like I said before, he had kept us up, so he wasn't going to get to sleep. And he asked if he could trade that punishment for another punishment.
How was that not having to ask for permission to go to sleep, Ms. Vander Ark?
It wasn't because it was a punishment. It wasn't anything about, he didn't have to ask to go to sleep.
Yeah,
Yes, he
I'll do
did.
something else.
It is quite literally, he is asking you to go to sleep. Now, I know that you understand this, Miss, mental magnet over here, Miss Galaxy Brain. I know you know what he's talking about. So, yes, the indication that he was trading means that he inherently had to ask to go to sleep.
If you let me sleep, right?
It was trading a punishment for a punishment. That's,
May 16th, where is Timothy? Paul's response, sorry, I was getting dressed. Timothy is on a 5-minute bathroom timer. Well, 4 now. And your response, why is he on a 5-minute timer? He doesn't get 5 minutes. He gets 60 seconds unless he needs to poop, then he gets 2 minutes. He only got to go to the bathroom for 1 minute or 2 minutes, depending on what he had to do?
I don't remember, I don't remember ever enforcing that, but obviously.
It's a miracle she doesn't remember.
But
Doesn't that strike you as, with everything else that happens, it's just cruel and unusual to tell a child, heck, to tell anybody, that you only get a certain amount of time in the bathroom? That doesn't strike you as cruel?
Object to this being argumentative.
It's not argumentative.
It's certainly argumentative. She can answer the question, but certainly the way it's phrased is an argument. There's no question here. It's an argument. You're the judge with a question mark at the end.
No, I really want to know if she thinks it's cruel to put somebody on a bathroom timer here.
And the relevance of if she thinks it's cruel. It's simply argumentative, Judge.
I don't think it's an argument.
Seriously, my mom's reaction to my unauthorized snacks was to yell at me for leaving wrappers under a nearby chair rather than taking them to the trash can. I swear to goodness. Okay, this is petty, but one day when all of my little chicks are out of the nest, I will gather all my wrappers from something. Like it'll be a craft project. I'm going to take a Ziploc bag full of wrappers and I'm going to lovingly shove just a couple in every single one of their couch cushions. Just for funsies, just to make them feel at home. But yeah, it is a struggle. Every time we move our couch, I'm so embarrassed. Good Lord, it looks like a gremlin or a mugwai lives under there and is eaten like a king.
It would tend to give some insight, I suppose, to her intent. If Mr. Johnson, you would like to clarify or have it clarify what her definition of cruel or unusual is so that we're all on the same page with the witness, that's fine. But I think the question can be asked. So the objection is overruled.
So your response to that, well, I want my question answered. Is it cruel to make a child go to the bathroom on a timer?
yes, sir.
May 17th, before I left, when I was having you sign into the camera and turning on the sound for the camera so you would hear the alarm if it went off. And by the way, I told him yesterday that if he did that in the garage again, he would sleep in the garage for a night. So let him know that he would be doing that as soon as the temperatures are safe enough for him to make him do it. So you were going to have him sleep in the garage for a night.
I actually remember that text message and I was frustrated. I never would have done it, but I was frustrated. I type really fast and I admit I have a bad habit of saying stuff when I'm upset and then calming down later and it being totally different. But I do remember that and it never happened.
Sure, Jan, it did happen.
You didn't make him sleep in the garage?
No.
Oh. Yes, thank goodness for that. Same day, 12:53. Did he heat the pancake in a cup? Otherwise, it's just powder and it's not safe to eat without being heated either.
How wrong can you be? Okay, now her argument is going to be that there is egg in like a Bisquick cake or pancake mix. No, Jan, you moron, it's not. The leavening agent that's used in Bisquick isn't egg. It's sodium bicarbonate. It's baking soda. It's baking powder. So it does in fact not have eggs in it. In fact, you add eggs if you want to make waffles. You are such a dimwit.
When it actually says, did he hear the pancake in the cup? I assume he meant heat the pancake in the cup, right? Do you remember this text exchange?
Vaguely.
And Paul's response, no, he just ate the powder. And your response, that could make him sick, the dummy. Tabasco in his mouth and make him swallow and lots of it. And do it every 30 minutes until you leave. This was May 17th. You remember this exchange?
I don't remember the Tabasco because I never called it. I said Tabasco.
Tabasco in the mouth and make him swallow.
Wait, of all that statement, the only thing that confunds you, the only thing that you find out of context or out of, the norm is that you don't use Tabasco sauce. What in the friggin' fraggedy fuck is wrong with you?
And lots of it. And do it every 30 minutes until you leave.
I don't remember that being a part of it. I remember part of the conversation, but I don't remember that part of it.
Well,
But
Timothy obviously didn't like Tabasco, did he?
We didn't have any Tabasco sauce. That's why it doesn't make any sense. hot sauce, but we didn't have Tabasco sauce.
Okay, so the punishment for eating pancake in a cup is Tabasco or some type of hot sauce in the mouth. Is that right?
Sneaking something dangerous, if that's what, I mean, if you're asking what he was punished for, it would be for sneaking.
You were concerned for his well-being.
Yes, sir.
Right. That's why you're having this text exchange, right?
Yes, sir.
You're really concerned for him at that point.
Yes, sir. Those pancakes in a cup had, if I remember correctly, it's been a while, but I think they had eggs in them.
No, they don't. In fact, the whole reason they're in a cup is because they removed the egg. They rely solely on baking powder and baking soda. Now, they still don't recommend that you eat it raw because, again, raw stuff. But no, none of what you say about any food products has ever been right, Shanda.
That could make him sick, the dummy. Do you always refer to him as a dummy when you're worried about him?
No, sir.
Just when he's dying.
You can look at the text messages. I hardly ever said anything like that.
Hardly ever said anything like that? It's not a good idea to call a child a dummy, is it?
I never would to him. I was frustrated, like I said.
Later on in that same text exchange, Paul says he also crapped himself. And your response is, what? In his pants? Seriously? Paul, I told him to take a 5-minute shower. Make him do the work in the garage with nothing on below the waist. Just make sure the garage door stays closed, and then he can stand down against the wall with nothing on below the waist until you leave. Just please make sure G does not go downstairs at all while he's standing there like that. Break that up again. So make him do the work in the garage with nothing on below the waist. So his punishment for having an accident was that he had to do chores without pants and underwear on, right?
If that's what it says, I don't remember this.
That's pretty humiliating, isn't it?
I mean, he was by himself. It wasn't, I would never, I mean, I don't remember this at all, sir.
You don't remember that at all.
No,
Yeah,
sir.
pick
But you
pick
did have
another
the presence
lie.
in mind at that time says, just make sure the garage door stays closed because you don't want anyone seeing him doing that, do you?
Well, I didn't want the garage door open ever because we had a lot of stuff out there. So,
No one wants to steal your crap,
And then you can stand
Shanda.
against the wall with nothing on below the waist until you leave. So in addition to cleaning the garage, then he has to stand against the wall with no pants and underwear on, correct?
I mean, if that's what it says, I don't remember this.
Please make sure G does not go downstairs at all. Don't remember that either.
No, sir.
Didn't want, but you physically typed these words into your phone and sent them to Paul to make sure that G doesn't see Timothy like that, right?
Yes, sir.
His clothes need to be washed right away, but he gets to be without anything below the waist for a while today. Did he say why the heck he did that? And Paul's response is he said he didn't want to disturb anyone. He had to ask for permission to go to the bathroom, didn't he?
No, sir, not usually. If he was on the wall, he did. Because he was supposed to be standing still.
He was terrified to the point that he would not tell you he needed to use the restroom. What does that say, Shanda?
Handcuff transactions, we've talked about that. So let's get back to your statement to to Detective Peasky. You didn't tell the detective about the warm bath, but you told him that you realized how skinny he was the night before and threatened to take him to the ER if he didn't eat. That's not true, is it?
No, sir.
And you didn't make him a piece of toast and give it to him and make him eat it, did you?
No, sir, I have no idea why I said that. I was traumatized. I actually didn't come out of the first
You were traumatized? Take your trauma and shove it directly where your head is, which is up your ass, ma'am.
month I was in jail. I wish the Lydia that used to work for the public defender's office visited me, and she said it was pretty obvious that I was.
Oh, you were upset you were in jail? Again, in the history of tone deafness, this is right up there with Sarah Boone forgiving all of us for misunderstanding her, obscure crime.
Under severe trauma. I didn't eat for my first month.
This was
Don't
wild
give a
that
shit.
they were searching
I
your
wish you
house on
wouldn't
July
eat
6th while
now.
you were sitting in your house.
Yes.
So you're thinking, oh, I better tell him, yeah, he looked a little skinny last night, and I thought I should take him to the ER and then make some toast with butter on it and watched him eat it, and he walked away. None of that happened, did it?
No, I don't even remember that.
But you had the presence of mind to lie to the officer at the time when he was investigating.
Like I said, I was traumatized. I don't remember this, sir.
He wouldn't come upstairs when she said goodnight. She walked down to the last.
Also notice that the closest she actually came to producing a goddamn tear was when she was crying for herself and her trauma. Now, she still didn't manage to eke one out because I guess, demons don't cry. But notice that the closest she came to having an actual emotion was for herself.
A couple of stairs and asked for a hug and a kiss. That didn't happen either, did it?
I don't remember. I mean, I would assume not, but I don't remember.
In fact, you're acknowledging that video that shows you dragging him into a small room, looking like he does when he dies, calling him a dummy for breathing with his mouth open, is actually what you did to him the night before he died, right?
If that's what it shows. I don't remember, sir.
Your statement to Detective Peasky continues. She got ready for work in the morning and went to check on him. She said his name, but he did not respond. She put her hand on his chest and he was not breathing. She remembered her 20-year-old son, Paul, helping her get him off the bed. That was all a lie, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
You know where he was when you found him that morning, right?
In the closet.
In the small room. And prior to that, you told Officer Stephanich, well, it was about 5:30, he fell out of bed and I had to go and put him back into bed. Also a lie, right?
Yes, sir. I have no idea why I said that, sir. Like I said, I was traumatized.
No idea. Not a clue. Not a
You told
clue.
Detective Peasky that Timothy stated he was on a hunger strike 2 weeks ago. This is 2 weeks before he dies. He goes on a hunger strike.
Yes, sir.
Did he go on a hunger strike?
Yes, sir, he did.
Show me the text message between you and Paul where it says that he's on a hunger strike.
I don't know if I ever texted him about it, sir. We talked about it, but I never texted, I mean. if it's
Never,
in
not
there, I don't-
once.
We didn't text about everything.
You never texted Paul about him being on a hunger strike.
No, I would have told him that in person. I wouldn't have said that over text message. That would
Really?
have been important.
But Paul has to watch him for the day when you're not home, right?
Yes, sir.
So it'd be Paul's responsibility to get him some food, right?
Yes, sir.
So while he's on a hunger strike, instead of talking about the hunger strike, your response to that is give him 4 slices of bread with hot sauce on it, and if he eats them and waits 30 minutes, he can eat 4 without. Right?
I don't know what day that was, sir, if you're,
Well, let's find it and make sure.
I mean,
He
we
was
tried to,
eating
just
bread
because he
with-
wasn't eating, we tried to feed him. That was,
And the best solution you come up with is force him to eat the bread with hot sauce on it. That was the response to the hunger strike?
I don't remember, sir. I mean, it wasn't, we tried to feed him. That's all I remember.
So when would that hunger strike have?
Yeah, I mean, typically, now Indiana is the only state. I live in Indiana. I've done jury duty. Seriously, I think some of the deliberation time on the clock is because jurors need to decompress amongst themselves by vomiting back to each other all the gross facts that they were force-fed during the case. Yeah. So typically, and in every other jurisdiction except for Indiana, you are not allowed to talk about the case until you're ready for deliberation. You know, most instructions will say as you're leaving, like, oh, we need to excuse the jury. Okay, remember you can't start deliberation. So I imagine they cursed Shanda out for about a good hour and a half.
Started.
End of June, late June.
Again, you never looked at the bone thin photo to see what kind of condition he was in before he goes on this hunger strike, right?
No, sir.
And did it ever occur to you, like, he's on a hunger strike now? And I know Paul had sent me that text about, you know, he's bone thin. I think we actually need to feed him. We need to actually feed him. It never occurred to you that maybe you should go back and look at that text message now and see what condition he was in at the time?
No, sir, with me, when something's out of sight, it's out of mind. Once that's scrolled up, I don't scroll back to text messages.
Out of sight, out of mind. That applies to Timothy as well, doesn't it?
That applies to a lot of things, sir. It's not just, I mean, if
Not
Little Man
just
wasn't,
Timothy.
no, if Little Man was not in front of me right then I wasn't necessarily thinking about it. Paul wasn't.
June 19th, you can do his bread with hot sauce at any time, though preferably sooner rather than later. Put more hot sauce on than you did yesterday, please. And he has to eat at least 3 slices with hot sauce, but he may have more as long as they have plenty of hot sauce on him. That was June 19th. Was he on his hunger strike then?
I would assume not. I don't know. I don't know, I don't have an exact date.
That was about 2 weeks before he passed away, and that's when you said the hunger strike started, is that right?
Yes, sir, but
Did it occur to you that the hunger strike was because he didn't enjoy eating bread with hot sauce on it?
did it occur to me? No, sir, because he did it way back in January and that wasn't the case.
June 21st, how is everything? Did you make him eat his bread with hot sauce? Yeah, and that's when it's he gets 4 with hot sauce and then 4 more, 30 minutes. That was June 21st. You don't know if the hunger strike started there then?
I don't know, sir. Like I said, I can only guesstimate. That's,
Yeah, that's what I do with my kids. I guesstimate when
the
they
only
go on
reason I
hunger
remember the
strikes.
3 weeks the first time around is because it was right after the stroke and he started eating again before the end of January.
Right. Did you think he's on a second hunger strike now? I really need to get him some treatment for this.
Did I think along those lines? No, sir. He admitted to being, he told us very early on after the stroke that he was taking advantage of that because we didn't have the extra set of eyes with my husband. And he was
No person, and I do mean this never happened. No one is going to tell their, basically prison guard, hey, by the way, I don't care about your punishments. I was faking it the entire time to get sympathy. This woman isn't capable of sympathy. And Timothy, I don't think would have been in the state of mind to say that he was faking it. But sure, Jan, sure. He was like, no, I was Carmen Sandiego. I was being a spy and double reverse crossed. You're behind.
being difficult. He actually, Timothy told me that his dad and stepmom used to let him get away with everything. Whether that's true or not, I don't know, but I've always been the stricter parent anyway, and he told me on multiple occasions that if he thought that if he pushed me hard enough that I would just quit making him do stuff and I wouldn't make him cooperate.
All right, well, here's a
Never
sheet from
happened.
June 29th. Maybe this can shed some light on the hunger strike feeding situation. Trust me, I know he's thin. Trust me, I know he's thin. That was your text, no? Paul's. You sent
I
Paul
don't
that
remember the
right?
text, but I mean,
You don't remember that one either.
no, sir.
Trust me, I know he's thin. That being said, he told me a week and a half ago that he wanted to be thin to make me feel bad for punishing him. You don't get to grump at him for that, though.
Things that never happened for 800, Alex. I'll take things that never happened for 800.
I already lit into him plenty for it. Is this while he's on his hunger strike?
I mean, I would assume so, yes, sir.
This is June 29th. This is
Yes,
about
sir.
8 days before he dies.
Yeah, I would assume so.
And Paul's response is, of course he did. And your response to that is, yeah, so while I want to fix it, he will get most of his calories from plain bread and rice for, pulling that. He will get plenty of calories, but not get to enjoy them that way, That doesn't sound like somebody who's on a hunger strike to me. Can you clarify that for me, please?
I don't remember, but I know he wasn't eating. There was,
Because you
Continues
weren't
on,
feeding
KK.
him.
So yeah, we'll tell you more about what he can eat later, June 29th.
just because we offered him food doesn't, I mean, we offered him food when he was on the hunger strike in January. At least I did. I mean, I would assume Paul did as well. But just because you offered stuff, I mean, you couldn't, even though it says try to force him to eat, you couldn't force him to eat stuff. I
Ooh.
mean, if he didn't
You heard
eat
Paul's
it-
testimony yesterday that he had to force him to eat the bread sauce, the bread with hot sauce on it, didn't you?
Yes, sir. I don't know what he means by that.
It's interesting you use the phrase, we tried to tempt him with food. That came up while he was in the ice bath, didn't it? Tempting him with food.
Do you mean the day before he passed?
Yes.
I mean, if I said, yes, sir. I mean,
You told Paul to heat up some pizza rolls because G needed the pizza rolls anyway, right? You remember that?
yes, sir.
You
I
remember this?
don't remember the text message,
Don't
but
remember. So this falls in the I don't remember category as well. Is that right?
like most of it.
You know,
Yes,
the
sir.
text message says, heat one up, hold it in front of him, but be ready to pull away if he tries to grab it. You don't remember sending any of that?
I don't remember it, no, sir.
You heard the text messages read yesterday, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
Is it fair to say that you just don't remember those text messages?
Most of them, I don't remember.
Most of them?
Yeah.
Convenient.
But then you've got your big binder, I can pretty much guarantee I don't remember most of that either, I don't. And it's not just my text with Paul.
You don't remember anything.
No, sir, I don't.
But somehow you were able to hold down a job as a judicial clerk during that time period, right?
Yes, sir. My
And
only,
you were able to at least provide dog training to one client at that time, correct?
yes, sir.
And you remembered to tell Paul to get up and walk Sharma just about every morning, didn't you?
I mean, that would be automatic, it'd be reflex. If it's in there, then I would assume so, yes, sir.
That would be reflex. To tell Paul to get up and walk Sharma, is that what you're saying?
I mean, if it's a habit, if I do it enough times, then and plus it serves to get Paul out of bed when I left, because he'd like to go back to sleep.
You told the officer that there was an alarm on the basement door, this is the small closet, because there was some sewing stuff stored in it. That was a lie, wasn't it?
Yes, sir, there was sewing stuff stored in it before he asked to do that, but
But the alarm
I don't know why I
wasn't-
told him that.
The alarm wasn't on there because there was sewing stuff on it, was there?
No, sir.
The alarm was on it because Timothy was supposed to be in there, right?
I mean, as far as I know, like I said, I don't.
Don't. You don't remember, but you were able to lie to the police officer at the time?
I don't remember talking to the police, I mean, I don't remember this part of the conversation with the police officer, sir.
You tell the officer that there were cameras in the home because G would strip down naked and wander around. Well, that wasn't the only reason the cameras were in the house, was it?
No, sir.
You left out all the other details about that you had to monitor Timothy and make sure he didn't go certain places and sneak places and be deceitful, right? You didn't tell the officer that, did you?
Apparently not. I don't know why I didn't, but
You said he fell out of bed and you went and had to get him and put him back into bed. He never fell out of bed that night, did he?
not as far as I know. I don't remember, sir.
Well, you know he didn't sleep in the bed that night, don't you?
Well, yeah, so I'm sorry.
So saying that you got up at 5:30 and had to put him back into bed, and then you changed it to 30 minutes because...
Have a great rest of your day, Nanny Goat.
You learned at that point the rigor mortis had already set in and he'd been deceased for a number of hours. That was still a lie, wasn't it?
I mean, yes, sir, I don't remember any of this. I'm sorry.
The hot sauce in the bathroom downstairs was for food.
And this is why I think that the hot sauce on the private parts happened a lot. The placement of the hot sauce, the fact that it was there, the fact that there was an empty bottle, if I remember correctly from the photo, I don't think that this was a one-time thing on the last day of his life. I think the hot sauce was administered while he was in the bathroom often. But again, these are just my conjectures. We don't have any actual evidence of this.
But it wasn't, was it? The hot sauce was for punishment, right?
It was also to put on food.
In the
But you didn't mention
bathroom.
that, we also use hot sauce as a form of punishment, did you?
Apparently not.
I'm guessing you probably didn't mention the officer. Oh, wait.
Roan, so while there is no evidence, Shanda did send a text message on the last evening of Timothy's life while he was in the cold bathtub. Because he was in and out of consciousness, he was unresponsive. Basically, his body was shutting down at that point. And Shanda basically said Timothy wasn't allowed to relax, put his head back, or kind of rest his chin on his chest. He was forced to be in very uncomfortable, like stress positions while he was in the tub. But apparently even, Paul yelling at him wasn't rousing him enough so that he could be in those positions. So Shanda floated the idea of putting that extremely hot sauce on his private area to get him to be responsive. According to Shanda, Timothy was faking all of this. This was a ploy for sympathy from Timothy to try to get out of, submission to her laws of obedience.
He also had the crazy idea yesterday to pour some hot sauce on his penis for a punishment. You didn't mention that either, did you?
Apparently not, sir. Like I said, I don't remember.
You told the officer that you did not restrict Timothy's movement at night with shackles. That was also a lie, wasn't it?
Again, I don't remember, sir. I know we talked about it, but As far as overnight, no.
But you would restrict his movement with shackles.
The fact that you even have shackles, it's not the overnight, it's not the time that you use them. It's the fact that you used effing shackles on your kid, ma'am.
Wouldn't you? Whether it was zip
But sure,
ties
be
or handcuffs
pedantic
or
about the
like-
time.
I mean, I can only go back based on the text messages. I don't know.
Why did you wait 20 minutes to call 911 after you found Timothy deceased in the small closet in the small room?
I have no idea, honestly. I learned of that gap, just a couple of days ago. The whole day is.
Welcome to your case, ma'am. I hope you were paying attention. I just learned about these facts yesterday. I was confused.
Surreal to me, so I have no idea why we waited like that. I don't know. I can't imagine waiting, but apparently it happened. I don't know.
Do you remember Paul asking you, should we call 911?
I don't remember him ever asking. Because I was the one that called, and I was the one. I remember performing CPR, and he did help me out a little bit when I got tired to take over a little bit. But I mean, I can't imagine ever saying no to that.
But if it's on the video, that's what you said, right?
If it's on there.
Now, I will say for her latest hearing, she did ditch the Land O'Lakes butterface braids and had a kind of softer hairstyle. Still bringing monster thunder cunt energy, though. So, like I said, optically, it would have helped if they'd softened her look, but she's still a demon.
So if the video showed that it begins with you with movement outside of the room at about 6:19:21, and 911 is actually called
This woman is working my damn
You
nerves.
tell Paul you have to call at 6:37, so that's about 18 minutes, isn't it?
I mean, let's see, 19. Yeah, that's 18 minutes.
And Timothy was never responsive to you, was he?
No, sir.
His eyes were wide open, completely glazed over, weren't they?
As far as I remember, yes, sir.
He never moved, never took a breath, never did anything, did he?
No, sir.
And while this is all going on, you tell Paul, we'll have to tell them he was on a hunger strike, right? Remember telling him that?
No, I don't.
Don't remember that either?
No, sir.
You remember telling Paul, or do you remember saying put his pants on to make it look like he's been this way?
I don't remember saying that.
You remember asking Paul to put the belt on to make it sure that that's the way he looked?
No, sir.
But if they're on video, you said those things,
Yes,
right?
sir.
Ms. Vander Ark, isn't it true? Timothy had just become nothing more than an annoyance for you, and he wasn't even a human being in your eyes anymore.
That is absolutely not true.
Now, a little bit of a backstory. After this, Shanda had another quote unquote episode. So this is basically essentially where the trial ends. The defense is going to rest. It's a little unconventional, but basically Shanda claimed that she was unwell. Generally, after this, there would be a redirect so that her lawyer could come up and try to rehabilitate. I think she realized she was beyond rehabilitation. So Friday, when I get back, we will be going over the sentencing for her and Paul. And I will let you guys know, we will have full puppies and kittens because while I think every single victim impact statement is a poignant expression of the grief and pain that the person has gone through and the loss that they have, I was genuinely impressed by the victim impact statements that were given by Timothy's older siblings and the way the judge handled the sentencing. I think that you guys will be very impressed. And he lays the hammer down on Paul. I think we will get more insight on what happened with Paul and kind of fill in some of the blanks because he didn't end up going to trial. He ended up taking a plea deal. But the judge does make very clear that he was under no obligation to, lightly sentence him or anything. So that's what we'll be doing Friday. Remember that Shizzy and I are going to be going over Brian Koberger stuff tonight at 6 p.m. on my channel. If you haven't joined us for a Koberger, we are going through all of the documents that have been dumped since the trial. It didn't happen since he, pled guilty or no contest. We don't stay on the overly graphic stuff. That's not what we're doing, but we genuinely wanted to understand sort of the investigation, how they, came upon the information that put them in the direction of Brian Koberger and things like that. So it's very interesting. Last stream, last Wednesday, we went over the roommate's testimony and it was just heartbreaking because I think that a lot of us, and I will go ahead and raise my hand and, put my petty patch of shame on, because I think like everyone, we were really confused why the roommate didn't immediately call 911. And I think that reading her interview really reminded me that a lot of us in true crime like to put our speculations out there, but to remember that our first impressions, we don't know the facts of every case. So it's okay to have these speculations, these questions, but maybe don't attribute a negative motive to everyone's actions until we know all the facts. And that was definitely something that I did with the roommate, not going to lie. But reading her testimony really pointed out to me just how young she was. I mean, just how, this was her probably the first time that she was supposed to be the person to go check, what goes bump in the night. Before that, I'm sure her parents had always done it. So, give people grace, not Shanda. But that's that. Thank you all for hanging out on the Petty Express. I do hope to get back to more longer form streams like this as things kind of coalesce into a normal schedule in theory. With the kids back in school. But thank you for watching this. It is not easy testimony, so I'm glad you guys hung out with me. I'm gonna give you one puppy song, the puppy kitten song for the ending, because I think we all need that. Let me see who I can send you to though, because I can do that. I am a semi-professional as per usual. Also, if you need a palate cleanser, just to let you know, I have taste tested the new King of the Hill, and while some of it is not exactly the greatest, i.e. Khan's voice, it looks like Broken Baker is back with Turtle Boy, so I'm going to redirect you over there. You can hang out over there. Well, Ronan, I will try to be back and ready to go on Friday. I will. Okay, here's a fair warning, housekeeping wise. My daughter's college is about 2.5 hours away, which means that I will be in the car for about 4 hours and helping her move. While I have tried to rest and hang out, no, she's going down south, so that'll be fun. She's actually going to the college I flunked out of. Proud moment. Yes, she is going to learn. She is going to get a PhD in sarcasm. She's been entered into the gifted program because of, my parentage. But so fair warning, Friday, I do intend, like all things crossed, to do a Shanda verdict, stream with her and Paul. And then on the weekend, we're going to do a couple streams about just her body cam interrogation and Paul's interrogation. And then I saw someone, Jedi Jess sent me something because apparently Shanda has some cray-cray phone calls. So on the weekends, we'll probably be looking at that as we move into another trial. Absolutely, I did. Look, here's the thing. Every parent is going to fall short of what they wish they could be. Every parent is human. And it's not an excuse for when we fall short, when we yell, when we fuss, when we, lose our cool. But there's a limit, Shanda. And as one semi-hot mess mom to a Mom-ster, you don't go here. We wear pink on Wednesdays, which I didn't, but we wear heifer ears when we look at a heifer. That being said, thank you so much for spending your time with me, guys. I'm going to send you over to Baker, give him some love. I am going to go, actually, chicken nuggets sound really good. So I'm going to go see if we have chicken nuggets in my room or in my house before the wild ferals get home, because Mr. Mo has just left to go collect them. So I'm going to eat my chicken nuggets in peace. God bless air fryers is all I got to say. Have a lovely day. Thank you so much for joining me. This is Mo in the Deep End saying, be kind to yourself, be kind to others, but have a sassy mouth and carry a can of bitch fire, because, swamp donkey Mom-sters are out there and they need to be named and shamed. Bye, you guys. And let me get this going.
When the world feels like a dumpster dive and humans forget how to thrive, take a break, just you and me, with a puppy and kitten, wild and free. Pause and purrs, let's drift